Yo, it's about time we get going. Nightingale, welcome in. Chat, welcome in, and all the other creamy cosmonauts, welcome in. We are inching ever closer to the end of Neo 2. I highly doubt we'll have time for the DLCs and all that, but admittedly, I'm not I'm not too bent over about it. You know, I would have liked to because there's some cool stuff in the DLCs, but I mean, I played the game several times before. I'm not missing anything. So, really, the only reason to play Neo 2 was really to kind of build up to Neo 3, really. It was a time waster until Neo 3 is what it was, although, admittedly, in hindsight, probably would have been better off playing something else and then just jumping on Neo 3, but I was excited. I had that Neo hype built into me. And so I wanted to play a little bit of Neo 2. I know a few people in the community have never seen Neo 2 while having heard of it. So I figured, why not? Let's play a little bit of Neo 2. But we are right around the corner. For anybody that has early access to it, Neo 2 is, Neo 3 is already there. People can already play the game. Peons like myself, we have to stick to the demo of Neo 3 or Neo 2, but it's just actually just one day away. Because while it does say that the official release date is on the 6th, it does unlock on Steam on the 5th. So I'm wondering if the 6th was a Japanese time? Actually, let me check, because I think I scrolled right past the release date, the global release date window that Koei Tecmo had posted. Or sorry, not Koei Tecmo, but Team Ninja. It's global release time. Yeah. So the 6th is for East Coast and onward. Yeah, East Coast is February 6th. For good old LA time, good old West Coast, we are looking at the 5th at 9 p.m. It's even at a respectable time. If I do decide to cancel Friday Night Magic on that day, we could actually get started with Neo 3 on stream. It would, however, just be for the last 3 hours of the stream, which means would probably be in character creation the whole time. So maybe it's still better to wait until next week, regardless. But I am very, very excited. I'm glad that it's getting raving reviews. I'm glad that everybody that's playing it seems to really love it. And just in general, it's getting some high praises. Some people out there are calling it the best Souls-like. Which, if this is kind of your cup of tea, I don't doubt that that's true. There realistically are not a lot of games that play like Neo and have the same game loop as Neo. While it does share a lot of stuff with Souls games and, you know, your traditional Souls-likes. In terms of how action RPG meshes with, like, a combo upgrade system, there really are not many games similar to Neo 2. Or Neo, in general. So I can definitely see why if Neo is your jam, Neo 3 is gonna be really good. I can only speak for what I experienced in the demo, and yeah, even in the demo, it's a fun fucking game. They have like a proper tutorial, which is great because there are some things in the game, even down to the basics for both Neo and Neo 2, that can be a little hard to understand. There's some things here and there that can definitely elude a few people. I know that I had trouble comprehending some systems when I first got into Neo 2. I mean, realistically, even though I have all the hours that I have in this game, I am very much a casual player. I do not know this game very well at all. Point proven. But Neo 3, I think, does a better job at introducing a new player to the game. And I think they have sort of, not necessarily linearized, but smoothed out a few things in the game. Both from, I guess, how the upgrades work to the combat system. Everything makes a lot more sense, and it's not as, I guess, daunting and confusing to look at if you've never played a game like this. Some people might like this, some people might not, but I think it works out better. There are a lot of things that I would like to mention from the demo, but I know that there's a few people that are looking forward to Neo 3 in the community that have not touched the demo. Some people don't like playing demos, you know? Some people want to just wait for the full game to come out, not touch demo, and just get that full experience on release, and I respect that. So I don't wanna get into the nitty-gritty of some of the new mechanics and stuff like that. For as much as I would love to yap about it, we're gonna have to wait a few days. But Neo 3 does a lot right. It does a lot right. I've seen some people say that the game is easier. Some people say that the game is harder. I think for me it falls somewhere in between. The game is, I think some fights can definitely be more challenging than Neo 2. But I think overall the game feels somewhat easier, and I don't know if that's because of the smoother introduction to the game or because of the more condensed upgrade system and all that, but the game feels both harder and easier at the same time. I think by the end it might feel easier than Neo 2 felt. I wanna say as like a prediction, but it's good. It's fucking fun. It's fucking fun. By the way, I just wanted to say I was here the whole stream yesterday. It's not very often that I don't say goodnight. I was super spacey and out of it. I looked down at my phone, and when I looked back up, you had raided. Not sure how I lost so much time, but I swear I was here. Even if you weren't, dude, it's all good, man. Like, I don't doubt that you were, but whether you were here and you just didn't notice that I ended stream, whether you had to bail out and you didn't say anything, I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, there's no excuses or apologies or anything like that that needs to be made, you know. People have their lives, and for as important as I think my streams are, they're certainly not a priority, so don't worry about it, dude. I do the same shit sometimes, actually, probably a lot of times. I'll pop into a stream and maybe for like the first couple of hours that I'm in the stream, if it's a stream that I plan on watching, you know, sitting down from when I join in all the way to the end, I'll be there for like maybe a couple of hours or so, and I'll be fairly active, I think. And then in the last few hours that I'm watching the stream, I don't say a word. Sometimes I miss people raiding out because I'm like doing some other stuff, right? And I feel a little bad, like, oh man. I didn't even get to say have a good day, so I definitely get that. But yeah, don't worry about it, man. I'll only penalize you a little bit. Only a little bit. Barring an emergency, I don't like leaving a friend's stream without saying goodbye. I respect it. Plus, I worry about everything, so it's not far out of my life. I get it. Yeah, I say this all the time. Like, obviously, I think it's neat, you know, and I think it's cool when people pop in and they say hello, you know, first thing as they come in and they're active, and then towards the end they say goodbye and have a nice day, you know, like that's all good and fun. But yeah, I mean, it's not a requirement. People could pop into my stream and not say a word for years, you know what I mean? And, you know, it would be perfectly fine. It's all good, man. I sometimes don't even say hello. Exactly. Anime welcome in, dude. And I just got done eating some food right before stream. And I probably should have drank a little bit more water while eating. All right. He always there, hiding the walls and waiting. That he is. Yeah, by the way, I hope everybody's having a good day. Speaking of worrying about not saying some things, sometimes I forget to ask. I hope everybody's having a good day. So I'm gonna go here first so we can snag a shortcut. I almost died there because I have the ever-growing issue of just not paying attention to my key. So there was that water barrel that we broke. That's fine. Jubo, welcome in. Your main thing might be fire, but that ain't gonna stop my attacks from still shredding right through you. Oh my god, Nightingale is an alien. Look at those dance moves. You think aliens are good dancers, chat? That's a question I've never heard before. Oh shit, original question time, let's go. Depends on if they're being judged by human dance standards or alien dance standards. I think by our standards, right? You think we'd look at alien dances and be like, damn, that gray boy's got moves. Oh, so you think the traditional extraterrestrial chat, like, you think they're green or gray? Like, obviously, if there's one alien race, there's multiple alien races, right? But, like, when we're talking about aliens, I think most of us picture, like, you know, the traditional UFOs and stuff like that. Do you vibe with the green aliens, or you're more of a gray alien type person? I know I'm, like, barraging you guys with questions about things that don't matter, but... I'm traditional green. Now I need to watch the movie Signs again. I remember watching that back at the theaters. My mom was a huge Mel Gibson fan. I can't decide. Besides, I prefer my aliens to be orange. You know, fair. I'm impartial to blue and purple. Oh, big whiff there, but that's all right. Of course, I would aggro with the spear. I'm dead. I am actually dead right now. JK, I'm not dead. I'm gonna go back here and recover. Saint, welcome in with the 9-month resubscription. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyways. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Whoops. See how that works, chat? Notice how earlier I said that I hope that everybody's having a good day, but I told Saint that I'm hoping he's having a great day. Greetings are pay to win. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we can go right to the final boss now, but... A few things to collect here and there. We do have, I'm pretty sure, 2 Kodamas that left behind. Oh wait, I don't think this is, there's more to the mission after this boss, I'm pretty sure, actually. So hold on. I think we actually reached that other Kodama that I left behind after we defeat this guy, if I recall correctly. This guy can be kind of tough. Somehow I missed those attacks even though I was like right in his face. I don't understand. I wonder if aliens have shittier sleep schedules than we do. No, not at all. Dude, do you think aliens have junk food? Like, do you think they have their own version of like shitty preservatives and like McDonald's and Jack in the Box? Yo, wait a minute. Yeah, let me hit up a fucking Vesuvian Mac in a Box. Yeah. Let me get a Vesuvian Mac in a Box, dude. That's what I want. Baby aliens are better. You know how you get them to sleep? You rock it. Ha. We do need some space junk names, though. Junk food names. So borrowing that, my kids are gonna hate me. If you hang around a little bit more frequently, between Juba and Nightingale, holy, the dad jokes keep on flowing. Did I ever actually end up popping up here? Now that I think about it. I did not. I did not. Well, we did here because this is how we get... This is how we progress. But I did not go up on this side. And all I really want down here is the Kodama. And I thought we'd get it from here, but looks like that's not the case. Yeah, I'm coming over there. Don't worry, buddy. Yeah, I'm getting to you. We already got the Mars bar. That we do. You think we could, if there's ever like a galactic federation, you think we'd, Earth could get sued over the name Mars bar? Starbucks, it's obvious. That's true. That's true. It's right there. Or you think it's more of the case where, like, we call them Mars, but obviously they call them something, they call themselves something else, right? Because it's kind of that way a little bit with Japan, right? Japan is not named Japan in Japan, right? They don't call themselves Japanese, or they don't call the country Japan. What the fuck even is a Snickers? Chocolate, caramel, peanuts, and nougat. It's delicious. If you like those things together. Come on, I wanna get Kodama though. Did Snickers pop up in the branding board meeting? Well, I mean, I'm sure it's short for snack and something else, right? It's probably, oh, I forget what the name of the, what's it called whenever you merge two words to make one word. I'm sure snack is in there. What else is there? I don't know. But I'm sure snack is part of the word. Get me out, dude. A quicker snack? Maybe it's a quicker snack, a Snickers. It's a quicker snack. I don't know. Get this rat out of here, dude. Somebody told a joke about not being able to come up with a name. Everyone snickered, and then a light bulb turned on. Imagine. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. The Mars family also owned the Milky Way farm in Tennessee. Interesting. And now I'm actually kind of curious. I have a better way to grab the fucking cable. I'm actually kind of curious. Hold on. Oh, it was named after the Mars family. Oh, Jubo had it already. I didn't even notice. I see why he brought up the Tennessee family and all that. Okay. Yeah, it was named after their horse. Now we gotta figure out why they named their horse that way, though. But back to the original topic, I'd guess Mars bars on Mars are either called Earth bars or Glorpin bars. Glorpin? Glorpin bars? Just an eternally smiling horse that ridicules every human who talks. There's no guessing with horse names. A horse I had, his registered name was King Dandy Ben. Horse names are nuts. You could say people were horsing around when coming up with the names, huh? That's stupid. Ban me. I wonder if space ice cream is any good. Joke was a nightmare. We are all going to hell. Might be dead here. Jubo is a whole ass dad joke factory by himself. We're just falling around. Yeah, you go ahead and tell that to the literal devil. Although I feel like he would just outright reject this. I don't think he would want to put up with that for eternity. Believe it or not, Chad, eternity is a long time. Oh, there you are. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. See it. You think he's gonna realize that it's a little too hot for him in there? Guess not. Oh, there you are. Fucking blind. All right. No worries. Thank you for stopping by, Jubo. Have yourself a great rest of your evening.
Energetic.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was done or not. Okay, so I pressed up about 3 times. We're gonna heal or what? Thank you, game. Fucking Christ, dude. I love Neo 2, but holy. There are times where I'll be pressing the up on the D-pad to heal up, and I feel like I press it a million times and just my character will not begin to heal. Maybe I was thinking of the wrong boss. Did you hear about the horn scent who was struggling to feed his horse? I am afraid for what I'm about to read. He got so frustrated he dropped to his knees and screamed, "Curse you, Bale." You know, I'll give you credit because I want to say that's a Nightingale certified original joke, and it's pretty good. But it pains me no less to have read that. The amount of hatred I have for spear users in every fucking game. Yeah, just kill me. We got an ad break coming up in 10 minutes. When that happens, I am gonna step away real quick to grab me some water. Because I had a drink next to me, but I just realized my water bottle is empty. Ah. Get the fuck out of here with that, dude. The reason I hate spears in most games is because their hitbox is always miles larger than the actual weapon itself. And it makes sense, because otherwise it'd be too easy for an enemy to miss if the spear's hitbox was incredibly accurate to the spear itself. But because of it, it's so visually deceptive. It is such a visually deceptive weapon in games. I hate it. I hate spear users. Does this guy kind of look like Majima? Or am I racist? What? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? He has an eye patch. That's about as close as it gets to, Majima. But he looks nothing like him otherwise. I hope you have about 1,000 hours at the ready. So late. I mean, I guess the games don't have to be long as you just do the story and don't do any of the side stuff, but it is a very long marathon, that's for sure. If you plan on doing a completionist run, I guess, for all the games. Get a chance to keep those there. I will say one of the biggest upgrades in from Neo 3 is that healing takes about half the time. Healing is much faster, thankfully. I'm seriously considering doing a full Yakuza series playthrough once I get my Elgato game capture. I love the series so deeply. I'm doing all the side missions. Yeah, I hope you got some time at the ready then. That's just easy schedule blocking in my opinion. Every Tuesday's Yakuza. By the time I finish Yakuza Kiwami 3, they'll have made Kiwami 4 and 5. It'll be like 10 years down the road if you're only gonna play it for one day a week. I thought about doing something similar with the, oh man, Jesus Christ. With the Fatal Frame series. I couldn't remember the name. Yeah, I guess the facial hair is similar to Majima. So yeah, like, I just have to disagree with that first hit. It's in the clear. Could have attacked there. God damn it. Whoops. I should have dodged to the side. I shouldn't have tried to block that. Which of the Dark Souls game is your preferred play? If we're talking about Dark Souls specifically, then Dark Souls 3. If we're talking about like all of the Soulsborne titles, so like Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring, and like Sekiro and Bloodborne and all that, it's Bloodborne by a long shot. Like, that attack is just not an attack, dude. He like barely grazes me. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Team Ninja? What are we doing, man? We're just making shit up. We're just making shit up, Team Ninja. The guy does this. And it fucking takes out half of my HP. What hit me, dude? Nothing hit me there. We'll go back frame by frame. Not a single part of that weapon hit me. I hate spears, dude. I hate spears. I have an uncontrollable hatred for spears. I can't fucking stand enemies with spears. Alright, let's just kill this guy. Let's move on. Let's just take him out. Dark Souls specifically. I agree with you on Bloodborne being best. It's the one FromSoft game I made progress in solo. Yeah, if we're just counting like Dark Souls, so like Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, it's definitely Dark Souls 3. I think overall it has the better bosses and the gameplay is just faster and smoother. There. With that. Ai. Bibidi boppi, bibidi boo, ma che cazzo sta facendo sto fungiminchia? Ah, I am angry Italian. This guy makes me feel exhausted. I ain't got no energy to be yelling. That's the best you're gonna get. Ah, big whiff. Get up, dude. The transformation, I need to, as soon as I see him go into that second phase or whatever, pull out his Spirit Guardian, I need to back away. The stagger from that pulling out the Spirit Guardian is really lengthy. I think that was the best Angry Italian I have ever heard. I was gonna originally offer as a continuation to your spear hatred talk. Yeah, spear enemies make me feel fucking exhausted. I hate them. I don't think I've ever met a spear enemy in a game and I was like, wow, that guy's really cool. What about Ornstein? What about him? He's annoying. Like, I like Ornstein and Smo as a fight, but let's not kid ourselves. Ornstein is a fucking asshole, too. The way he fakes out his dash, the way he, like, starts dashing, and then keeps dashing, and then keeps dashing, and then keeps dashing. The way he sometimes gets stuck on stuff and floats and then, like, darts at you. I like Ornstein and Smo as a fight, but Ornstein is kind of a dick. I have a way to counter him. I need to look up the key binding for that ability, but we have a way of just like defending against this weapon with fist and just getting behind him and attacking. I'm dead. Ooh. All right. Jesus Christ. Just in time too, because we have a wave of ads rolling in about a few seconds here. Thank you for the GG biddies. All right. So we got an ad break coming up. I'm going to catch up with you here for just a second, and then I'm going to go take a break when the ads roll in to go refill my water bottle. So if you need to take a break yourself, chat, please do so. Make sure you take care of yourself. There is a spear I want to do a power stance convergence run with at some point. Its weapon art transforms it from a spear to a sword and vice versa. That's interesting. I swear every spear-wielding enemy in games does the 3 to 4 hit stagger move, and I fucking hate it. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't like about spears. That, like, so in this game, I don't know if it's every game, but in this game, I believe spears main status constitution, so you get a ton of HP while dumping into your main damage stat. And so when you're facing enemies, I don't know if that translates well, but either ways it seems to be that case. When you're fighting spear enemies, they tend to be like tanky, whether that's through armor, hyper armor of attacks, or just having a lot of HP. So in a lot of games, when you end up fighting spear enemies, not only are they like unbelievably fucking fast, which I know that just like doing a thrust move with a spear is pretty quick compared to like swinging swords and stuff like that. So like, you know, the jabs, I get that. But like every move that spear users do in games is like incredibly fucking quick. Somehow they have these like super lengthy combos while being tanky and having hyper armor, while also the spear has like a hitbox 3 times the size of the actual weapon. Oh man, if Anime, I'm gonna go grab my drink now, but if Anime's still around, he can tell you guys about the Zoli the Witch video I always reference when it comes to spear hitboxes. I know that that one is specifically with Nameless King, but that's literally every Souls games and beyond. Spears blow ass.
Speaking of blowing ass, hey, it's your girl Granny, coming at you live from Noli's Den of Sin.
Speaking of blowing ass, it's your girl Ronnie. What in the world? That is, in fact, my favorite video. It is my favorite Zoli the Witch video. It truly, truly is. Not because it's particularly fantastic. It is a very informative video. And Zoli definitely has fantastic other videos because she is a amazing content creator. But that one's my favorite video because it proves my bias. And here we are. Elvish, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Now that we're done with spear madness, we can have fun and we can be cheerful, huh, chat? How about it? How about it, chat, huh? How about we put a smile on our face and we continue to have fun, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
一の気配が近づいてきたようじゃの。じゃがあと一つ大きな気配が。気をつけるのじゃ。
You fucking move forward the second I pulled the trigger. Alright. Okay. I'm definitely never gonna be able to do professional mode in RE4 Remake. Hardcore's kicking my ass. Well, here's the thing. Did you plan on doing professional mode like vanilla, or did you plan on doing professional mode in like a New Game Plus with upgraded weapons and all that stuff? Because professional is not that bad once you go into it with all the upgraded stuff. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I am fairly certain New Game Plus is a thing in RE4 Remake. Am I tripping? Hold on. maybe I'm thinking of RE8. Hold on a minute. I mean, I have to assume it is, because there's so many different weapons that you can upgrade and all that. You would never be able to do so in a single playthrough. Okay, so there is New Game Plus in Resident Evil 4. Okay. Whew! I'm not crazy. You basically keep all of your weapons, money, charms, spinels, and any treasures that you didn't sell to the merchant. Everything will carry on. What doesn't carry over are key items, basically meaning any puzzles or keys, etc, etc, etc. So, yeah. An infinite RPG is also added to the shop. So, there you go. If you want to make professional mode very, very easy, you can definitely do that. A lot of people will usually, like, try to unlock, like, for example, the, is it the ears? There's one of the items that I'm thinking about gets unlocked once you beat professional mode. But there is another item that is very helpful for professional mode that people try to unlock. Either ways, if you use unlocked things or upgraded things, it's not too bad. I figured New Game Plus would be tied to the difficulty you completed the game on. If I recall correctly, it should be the same thing as Resident Evil 8. Where once you boot up the completed save to go into New Game Plus, it'll ask you what difficulty you want to do it on. I will tell you right now, if you planned on doing it without any, like if you planned on doing professional with no unlockable items, and a new game and not New Game Plus, so like everything at zero starting from fresh, I would recommend you don't. That is basically a challenge run. The initial, house siege thing, right? Where you gotta, what? Survive for like something like 8 minutes or some dumb shit like that. That segment alone is fucking nuts. Donuts, welcome in. But yeah, you can make professional pretty easy if you want to. We need a new game mode in games. In this mode, you lose your achievements, and time played goes down on Steam, and eventually the game is just uninstalled and refunded automatically. Nice. Hell yeah. But yeah, what are you having trouble with on hardcore, if you don't mind me asking? Like, is it anything in particular? Or is it just kind of, just the game fucking sucks in general, I guess, on that difficulty? He's past the cabin. Pretty sure he is anyways. Remake 2 or Remake 4? As in which one I prefer, or Remake 2? Oh, that's bad. Oh, I thought he was gonna move a little bit faster. Nice hitbox. Please just die, I beg you. I beg you. Remake 2 just has too good ambience. Yeah, for me, RE2 Remake is just a little special. Has a nice little spot in my heart. Remake 4, I think, is arguably the better remake. And I do like the gameplay loop in Remake 4 a little bit more than Remake 2. Oh, and I'll say this, I think Remake 4 is objectively better than the original RE4. There might be little spots here and there where Resident Evil 4 does better than Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I will die on the hill that I think that anybody that thinks OG RE4 is flat out better than the remake is living through rose-tinted glasses. That's just pure nostalgia talk. So I think RE4 Remake is objectively, or sorry, I think is the better remake of the two. Because Remake 2, while I think is a fantastic game, it's one of my favorite games of all time, doesn't handle Side A and Side B very well. It's actually kind of disappointing how it handles it, but it's a fantastic game nonetheless. I just don't have a lot of love for Remake, or sorry, for RE4 in general. I know a lot of people consider it to be one of the best games of all time. I just don't see it. For me, just never held that. I understand perfectly why people feel that way. I'm not gonna tell somebody that they're wrong if they think that that's their, you know, the best game of all time. That's perfectly fine. I just never really quite got caught up in the hype for RE4. I played it at launch. I had it on GameCube. And while the remake I think is fantastic, it's just more Resident Evil 4. And I don't have a lot of love. I don't particularly like Leon. I don't particularly like the departure from survival horror by making it far more action-oriented. So, yeah, I prefer Remake 2 over Remake 4. I will say, Remake 4 did a fantastic job at making the game really fucking creepy while still holding the action side of things. OG RE4 just most of the time comes across as super goofy and campy. Which Resident Evil itself is campy, but like OG RE4 just like tuned the fucking campiness to 11, dude. Which some people love that about it, and I respect it. I just didn't really care for it. My reaction times just aren't great with certain attacks, and figuring out how to move around while attacking can make me panic. That's very fair. Thankfully, RE4 is not like a big reactionary game. Like, I don't think, like, for the parries, I don't think you need to, like, perfect time it or anything. And you can just, like, heavily rely on the shotgun to clear crowds. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of segments where you just get super crowded and it can make you panic, and so, yeah, I get that. Resident Evil 4 was my first Resident Evil game, so it has such a special place in my heart, but RE2 Remake is probably my favorite, but I've yet to play Claire perspective. I'll tell them they are wrong. RE4 doesn't have Irving, therefore it is not the best Resident Evil game. Yeah, see, you can never argue that RE5 is the best Resident Evil game either, though. Yeah, it's just... You're starting on the losing end of the argument. It can be your favorite game. I know it's special for you. That is a flawed game. I couldn't finish OG RE4. I absolutely love Remake 4. Remake 2 is fantastic too, though. Yeah. Yeah, for me, the OG Resident Evil just... sorry, OGR... We gotta figure out a better way to refer to these without getting fucking tongue-tied every time. Resident Evil 4 just had too many things that I didn't like. I didn't like that the second that you held out your gun, you were stuck in place. It seemed to contrast too hard with the fact that it wanted to be an action game. I really didn't like that. And we can't say that they couldn't handle it to make you move, because there's games that came out that did third-person horror very well. I keep bringing up Ghost Hunter. Ghost Hunter came out a whole year before Resident Evil 4, and it was a third-person horror game that allowed you to move around while shooting. The third-person shooting in that game is far superior than Resident Evil 4. Now, it was probably intentional, because they probably wanted to still keep some of the, you know, elements from the trilogy, but it doesn't work well at all. I also think that once you hit the castle, now for some people the castle is their favorite area. For me, once you hit the castle, original RE4 just takes a massive nosedive. I really don't like the castle area in the original RE4. It's just not great. The combat stops being even more fun than it was before. There's just random one-shots that can happen. It's just, I don't know. Also, the castle's just not interesting to look at. I think they should have stuck to the village cult bit. Like, now you got, like, this cartoony level of, like, oh, they're cultists, so now they're all wearing robes, and suddenly they have, like, shields, and, like, I don't know. It just, the contrast between the village and the castle, it almost made it feel like they were two different games. And then, of course, there is The Island, which is arguably one of the worst fucking video game segments of all time. In comparison, Remake 4 fixed all that. Now, The Island is still the worst part of the game, because it fucking sucks. But the castle in Remake 4, they did a fantastic job at making it actually interesting. Can't wait for Remake 6. I kind of hope that they do. I think RE6 had some good ideas, and it's one of the Resident Evils that I think could benefit the most from a remake. I think Resident Evil 0, Code Veronica, RE5, and RE6 could definitely use a remake. A lot of people would like to see our Revelations 1 and 2 remake, but I think I would rather just see the Revelation series continued. Because I think it would be such a neat idea to have, right? Because there's a lot of in-between games that isn't really explained. There's a lot of characters that we see either as a one of or as a two of, or they kind of just get forgotten. And I think having Revelations be your, like, dedicated spin-off series could be great to be able to play as characters that maybe aren't so popular to put in a heavily marketed and invested mainline RE title, but that still people want enough to purchase a spin-off with that character in it. I think it would be a great way to sort of fill in the gap and give you added bits of like, oh, here's what happened in this event that got referenced but not really explored in this other game. Here's what happened to this character. Let's see, while Chris was doing this with Ethan in RE8, let's go see what happened to this other character. What were they doing? And maybe we see this character go around and fuck about with the BSAA, right? Leading into the BSAA up here in RE8. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that, I think would be cool. I would really like to see Revelations be a sort of dedicated sideline series. Sorry, not spin-off. Do people call them spin-offs? Whatever. I was in my early teens and it was only RE games available, so I think that's the only reason I finished it. I feel like the aim lock was, at the time, modern nod to fix cam difficulties of OG RE1 through 3. Probably. Not to derail the conversation, but I just learned Sheva's voice actress from Resident Evil 5 may be the villain in Tomb Raider Catalyst. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. 100% agree. Castle is where I started getting tired. Island is where I just stopped in the OG. The island fucking blows. I don't think you can make a single defensive argument for the island. And Blythe, welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Dude, the castle in Remake 4 is kind of fun, not gonna lie. And the island, from my understanding, is less of a slog than in DOG. It is. It is. Like, everything in Remake 4, I think, is a net improvement. Is the island in Remake 4 much better handled than the island in DOG? Yes. It's still the worst area of the game. When you're just including zombies with machine guns, it's just not really fun. You're just fighting people, right? Like, that's probably one of, aside other issues with the island, that's one of the reasons I don't like the island. When I'm fighting a zombie that looks like a person firing a gun at me, I am no longer fighting zombies, I'm just fighting people. I'm no longer playing Resident Evil, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid. No longer playing Resident Evil, I'm playing Uncharted. You know what I mean? So I really don't fucking like that. It's just, this is why, like, I know a lot of people want to go back to zombies. And to a degree, I kind of miss the zombies, and I'm glad that RE9 is bringing them back. In a very cool way, too. But our Resident Evil has always been much more than just the zombies. I know that zombies are like almost an integral part of Resident Evil's identity, right? A lot of people associate zombies and Resident Evil, right? But Resident Evil, I think, has always been more about the bioweapons, right? The lickers, the hunters, the tyrants, the chimeras, right? You know, the most iconic bits in Resident Evil games. I mean, of course, you got the RE1 turning zombie head segment, one of the most iconic moments in gaming history. But I think the strongest points of Resident Evil are when you first meet the bioweapons or the boss fights and stuff like that, right? You know, nobody's excited to meet zombie number 39, but the first time a fucking licker attacked you in RE2, you know what I mean? So I'm glad that over time we moved away from the zombies and made it a focus to use things like parasites to make some more interesting enemies. I think that the enemies, oh man, I don't remember the name of the enemies from RE4, but like the dudes from RE4, the Maginis from RE5, whatever the fuck RE6 had. Like, to me, those enemies are not that interesting because it just feels like you're fighting people. I don't want to play Resident Evil to fight people, so I don't necessarily need zombies back, but don't give me people with guns that look evil, you know what I mean? That's just not very interesting to me. But yeah, no, you're not wrong, Blythe. The castle in the remake is really good. They improved that part a ton. It's actually fun to go through. If they remake RE6, just so long as Leon doesn't trip every third fucking step, I'll be okay with it. Yeah, that's one of my, honestly, one of my biggest complaints with RE6 in general is they leaned way too heavily on the QuickTime events. Dude, like half of that game feels like it's nothing but barrage of QuickTime event after QuickTime event. In general, I'm really glad that gaming has very much moved away from QuickTime events. I am glad that that is very much just like not a thing outside of games like the Dark Pictures titles and whatnot, which you're just walking around and watching cutscenes. QuickTime events work very well in those games, but I think in general, QuickTime events do a disservice to gaming. You want me to do something cool? Let me do it. Let me do it. Give my character the ability to do something sick, and then let me do it. You know what I mean? Like, I remember, not to dig on Spider-Man and whatnot, I know a lot of people love those games. I haven't played it myself, I'm not calling the games bad or anything like that, but, for example, when Spider-Man 2 first came out, a lot of people were glazing that game, especially like the beginning portion of it, how it's like super cinematic and it's super awesome and all that and this and that. And I was watching it, and a lot of it was just cutscene, wait for player to press triangle, cutscene, wait for player to press X, cutscene, wait for player to press circle. And in my head, I'm thinking, why aren't you letting me do that? Why aren't you letting me move around? Like, you can make it a railroad segment, right? Final Fantasy 16 does this very well in certain segments. I won't go into specifics. Where it's still essentially QuickTime events, but you have freedom of movement, and at the very least, like, you are in control, you're doing stuff. Or even in more recent years, somebody actually pointed this out, I never even thought of them as that, but they kind of behave as such. They're not quite QuickTime events, I wouldn't call them that, but they do behave a little bit like them, and those are the Mikiri counters from Neo. Or sorry, from Neo, fuck me, from Sekiro. I was thinking of following up with the burst counters from Neo as well. They're not quite QuickTime events, but they are what would have been QuickTime events in older titles. Where like, oh, here's an emblem flashing, let me do my QuickTime event and I get rewarded for it. Or I can simply move out of the way and not have to interact with that mechanic if I don't feel like it. I think that's a neat modern take on QuickTime events, per se. In general, I am glad we moved away from it. I fucking hate QuickTime events. I don't like them. I think they detract from games. Especially if it's an action game, let me do the action. You can make a game cinematic and still leave the player in full control. Look at Armored Core 6, for example. There's a specific fight. It's pretty early on in the game, and if you know, and if you've seen or played Armored Core 6, you probably know exactly, you know, what I'm talking about. All I'll say is the line, "I won't miss," plays, and it's one of the most cinematic fucking moments in modern gaming history, and you are in full control the whole fucking time, running around, blasting and fighting giant mechs, and the game is insanely cinematic. You don't need to force QuickTime events to make something cinematic, and if you're forcing QuickTime events in a game's cutscene, just let the fucking cutscene play, please. Oh man, just let the cutscene play. Yeah, I am a big QuickTime event disliker. To me, they add nothing to games, especially not action games. On another note, fuck hay fever. Yeah, that shit probably sucks. Spartan, welcome in. Do you have hay fever right now or know somebody with hay fever? I love Matt Mercer as Leon, but he controlled like a fucking 2-year-old Saint Bernard. Yeah, RE6 was a bit of a technical mess in general. Gimme QTEs if the end result is this. Alright, that's funny. Yeah, no, never bring those back again. If you're someone that you know suffers from hay fever, please don't hesitate to reach out and call the 800 number shown below. You could gain access to compensation. My favorite Resident Evil... Also, broski, is that shirt 2 sizes larger than your normal, or have you lost weight? Looking real good. Damn, no, this is usually... Well, I mean, it is a bit bigger. It is a 3X, but it's not that much bigger. It's... I wear 3Xs pretty frequently. I like baggy shirts, I've always have. I guess 2X is usually the size that I wear. But, yeah, I mean, so I guess it's a mixture of both. I have both been losing weight, and this is a bigger than usual shirt. My favorite Resident Evil is 7, even though a lot of it, mostly all the bug stuff, is underwhelming on repeat playthroughs, but I just love the Bakers, and I think it was a cool transition to taking a look at how the whole virus thing affects people on a smaller scale, even though Ethan's story goes on to become much larger, as I understand it. Not that much. Really not that much. I haven't played 8 yet, so I don't know for sure. I think you'll enjoy 8. It's a decent game. It's one of the games that I put at the bottom of the scale. I know people called me crazy when I ranked RE3 Remake above RE8. Chat, there's more to big vampire titties in the world, alright? Like, I know everybody is like salivating at the mouth the moment Lady D or Heisenberg get brought into the picture. You cannot judge how good a game is based on 2 characters' appearances, alright? You just fucking can't. I mean, you can. I'm not gonna trust your opinion, though. I think RE8, it's not a bad game. I like it. It's one of the Resident Evils that we replayed the most on stream. I don't think it's this massive masterpiece that a lot of people make it out to be. But yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I think if you enjoy 7, you can enjoy 8. Man, you really want to get that attack off, huh? Yeah, I think, honestly, the worst part of RE7 is the boat segment. And I think the... well, ship, whatever. The ship segment in the last fight. I think the ship segment... if they didn't have you go through it twice, I think it would have been okay. And the fact that I have to have you go through the worst segment of the game twice is... it sucks. And the final fight in that game is incredibly disappointing. I think it's arguably one of the worst boss fights in Resident Evil history. I don't think it's good at all. Yeah, RE7 is fantastic though. It's a great game. It's really fucking good. It's one of my favorite Resident Evils as well. I think it does horror very well, and I think it is arguably the scariest Resident Evil game. I wish there was more enemy variety. I wish we didn't go through the boat segment twice. I wish I had a better final boss. But I think Resident Evil 7 is stellar. I think it does a lot good. I think the characters are great. I agree that it shows how, you know, the whole of experimenting on stuff can affect people on a smaller scale, something we usually don't see in Resident Evil titles, right? Usually we see entire cities being fucked up and whatnot. We never see, like, what happens to the small guys. Yeah, I think RE7 is great. I mean, it kind of single-handedly revived the franchise anyway, so... you gotta like it at least for that. Punch him in the balls. You fantastic folks, I'm headed to bed. I'm gonna leave the stream open for alert. Hope you all have a fantastic night. Sorry I'm getting to it just now, but you also have yourself a fantastic day, Saint. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. I had a shitpost to share about RE9 that I'd forgotten to. Oh, no. There's more to big vampire titties in the world. I know you mean more than, but thinking about there being some hidden secret to them is fucking... yeah. Maybe there is. Maybe there is some bigger secret to them. Maybe they are the bigger secret. Yeah, it's just, I know some people meme and whatnot, but like every time I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I don't like RE8 that much, and people are like, dude, but Lady D, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, first, I don't really care about Lady D that much, right? Like, I'm not, I don't think I ever have, never will simp for Lady D, you know what I mean? But like, if you like RE8 because of Lady D or because of Heisenberg, you know, not from a performance side, because if you enjoy it for a performance side, hey, you know what? I respect it, because I think they do a fantastic job at playing those characters. But if you're just like simping out for tall vampire lady and that's why you like RE8, I mean, it's all subjective. There's no wrong reason to like a game. There's no wrong reason to dislike a game. If you don't like a game, you don't like a game. If you like a game, you like a game. It is what it is. But I've heard way too many people be like, man, you don't like RE8 that much, but Lady D, brother, I don't care. I think 8 has all the atmospheric vibes, gameplay-wise. I think it looks kind of meh. Undoubtedly more engaging than slicing bugs with a knife or burning them with a flamethrower in 7, but 7 has immaculate horror, and honestly, without bullshitting any further, the first part of the game in that house and exploring it, and the creepy grandma following you with her gaze is just so good. It's incredibly good. I wish that house segment was longer. I honestly do. Yeah, the house segment is spot on. One of the best segments in Resident Evil. Scaring the experience for me, and that alone makes it my favorite. Yeah, it's very fair. Heisenberg's diction is hilarious. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like RE8 because it makes me feel a lot better about my family issues. Honestly, I really love playing 8 when it's cold and snowy here. I also love the Shadows of Rose DLC. I don't know where I stand with the Shadows of Rose DLC. Part of me enjoys it, and part of me really doesn't like it. It's hard to say why. If I say why without spoiling anything, it's gonna feel like I'm over-hating it. So it's hard to go into it without details. I'll do it anyways, whatever. I don't like the DLC because it feels pointless. To me, it does nothing for the story of the game. It feels pointless. On the other hand, I think it explores a really cool side of the Megamycete. DLC has been out a few years. I think it's safe to talk about it. I mean, it's been out for a few years, but for example, Donuts just mentioned he's never played RE8, so he's never played the DLC. Potentially, he's not looking into stuff, you know what I mean? Just because something has been out for a few years doesn't mean people are still not blind into it. I try to avoid spoilers as much as I can, even for older stuff, just because some people might just not know. And maybe they've been lucky enough to be able to avoid everything. I know I'm that good. When I want to play something, whether it's now or 10 years down the road, I'm really good at avoiding spoilers, chat. I've been lucky so far. So far, crossing fingers, so far I've been lucky. This guy's a really cool boss. I really like this dude. I don't care for spoilers in RE8, but yes, those who do, I appreciate it. Yeah, I try my best. I know, I've talked about this actually when we first started Neo. Even when it comes to movies, right, you always hear people say like, You know, for like some older movies, let's pick out like Lord of the Rings or some shit, right? Like, oh, well, Lord of the Rings has been out like 20 years. And it's like, yeah, but just because it's been out 20 years doesn't mean that there aren't people that, you know, were born like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, you know what I mean? That maybe don't know of its existence. And now they're like, oh, I might be interested in watching this. And here we are blabbing about it, you know what I mean? So not only are there younger people that are up and coming that haven't heard of these things, but some people just haven't seen some stuff, right? For example, I have yet to watch Jacob's Ladder or The House That Jack Built. I haven't seen either one of those two. One of those is a particularly old horror movie or thriller or whatever you want to, whatever category you want to put into it. I also have never seen anything about it. If I walked into a room and somebody was like, hey, Jacob's Ladder, and I was like, whoa, wait, I haven't heard of it. I'm trying to watch, I'll stay blind. And they go, I don't care, it's been out for 30 years. I'm either going to leave or call them an asshole and then leave. You know what I mean? If we do talk about stuff, usually I'll try to like give a heads up, like, hey, we're gonna be talking about this. Spoilers, come back in like 10 minutes, you know, and make sure you refresh the page so you don't see chat and whatnot. But yeah, no, I try to avoid spoilers as much as I can. I know I hate getting spoiled on stuff, so if I can help not being the guy that spoils stuff for people, I try my best. I can't wait for Leon and Ari 9 to go, it's Leon time. That was my favorite part in Remake 4. The real dead mother was the friends we made along the way. Me still somehow not spoiling Elden Ring DLC despite chatting in multiple of your streams, playing it in one of Night's stream, playing it. Hey, sometimes you get that lucky, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't mind if people like talk about stuff. I think there's ways of talking about games and movies and making references to stuff where if somebody has seen it or has played it, they know what you're talking about. That's why I always urge people to, you know, join the Discord. If you want to have a conversation with the community about certain stuff and you want to go into details, join the community, join the Discord. We have a forum board on there. And you can open up your own thread and be like, you know, talking about X. Spoilers allowed or whatever, right? And now people know that when they click on that, you're going to be talking about that subject, and you're going to be talking about spoilery stuff. Also in Discord, it's very easy to just hide spoilers by just using the spoiler tag as well. Unfortunately on stream, there's no real way of avoiding it other than just not talking about it. But yeah, we can like talk about stuff, just, you know. Like for example, I think it's fine to say the last boss of Resident Evil 5 is disappointing. I know everybody has their own little lines that they draw, right? I know some people don't like people setting expectations for them. I don't like that when I'm going through first playthroughs. I don't think it's very spoilery per se. It's just from a streamer's perspective, setting an expectation, I think it potentially ruin a reaction. But yeah, I think it's fine to say something like RE7 has a disappointing final boss, and another thing is saying, man, they really made Chris the final boss of RE7, and he has a second phase after the third phase. You know, that would be spoilers, but creaming in Noli's Discord? Hey, yo, I mean, it is called a Creamy Center. I'm very amused that during this conversation, I came across a Christmas sweater on Temu that shows the nativity with words, spoiler alert, he dies. Dude, the algorithm is listening! It is listening! Now, all this said, while I do try to avoid spoilers, if I am playing a specific game, I cannot expect people to not talk about that game. So if I'm ever playing like Resident Evil 8, and somebody doesn't want spoilers for Resident Evil 8, don't tune in, because we're going to be talking about Resident Evil 8. So, I think that's like kind of like the little caveat that I have, right? Like, if we're playing Nioh 2, right? I mean, some people might want to follow the story and whatnot, but we're going to be talking about Nioh 2, right? But if somebody tunes into a Neo 2 stream, they probably don't want to hear spoilers about another game because they're just not expecting it, right? And sometimes it happens. Accidents happen. It is what it is, you know? Sometimes you're excited to talk about something, but yeah. For playing a game and we're talking about the game we're playing, I think it's fine. If somebody comes in and goes, oh man, that's a spoiler, well, like, yeah, well, why are you watching the stream of the game? You know what I mean? I've had, like, minor experiences ruined a little bit when I pop into some streams. I'll be watching somebody maybe play, I don't know, like, let's say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And I'm watching them play, and I don't know, it's just like, oh yeah, at the end of this game, and I'm like, I try to scramble to hit, like, the mute button or some shit. Because I'm just like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, not even a spoiler warning, you're just gonna fucking... You know what I mean? So, I try to avoid doing the things that I hate. Or the things that I dislike, rather. Hate is a strong word, but... I don't know that I would have gotten out of the way in time. I've never seen it here, but in other streams, I've seen people come in and do the thing where they've already played the game and just keep typing things like, ooh, I can't wait to see your reaction to this part, or wait till you see what happens here, and that peeves me, because even though they're not spoiling the exact events, they're taking the surprise out of it. Yeah, I've had that happen a few times here. It's not usually done in a way that has really bothered me per se, but I've had it happen where I'm playing a game and I'll access an area and somebody will be like, oh, I'm really excited to see you do this, right? Or like things like that. And it's never bothered me the few times I've seen it done on the stream. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often. But yeah, it's setting expectations is a bit unfortunate, and obviously everybody's gonna feel differently about it, you know what I mean? Everybody's gonna feel differently about it. Some people are perfectly okay with having the end of the game spoiled right as they start the game. Some people don't want to know anything at all, not mechanics, not weapons, not names, nothing, you know? And it's valid, you know? If you don't like that you can't talk about certain things, you can just go in a different stream, right? And I think it's very easy to avoid talking about those things. You just don't press the keys on your keyboard, and you just don't you just don't hit the enter button afterwards, right? It's pretty easy. But yeah, I get that some people are excited and they want to see a reaction, but just watch the reaction. Just watch the reaction. And then talk about it, right? Don't set expectations, because it could ruin, potentially, you know, maybe the streamer is unaware that they're about to run into something cool, and it could lead into like, oh shit, I was unprepared, oh fuck, you know, whatever, and now they beat the boss and they only had like 3 handgun rounds and a knife, you know what I mean? But maybe if you tell them like, oh man, this next boss coming up is gonna be sick, now they're gonna stop and they're gonna be like, oh, there's a boss coming up, oh, okay. Well, I guess maybe it's better if I go do this, and, you know, maybe they'll prepare it. Maybe it won't be as good of a reaction. It won't be as good of a moment or whatever, right? That's just an instance of it. So, yeah, people don't like that kind of stuff, respect it. I think it's always better to just let people enjoy stuff blind unless they specifically ask for something. I thought I was gonna do the rush attack. Just saw someone cosplayed the City Escape level from Sonic Adventure 2. The whole level? They cosplayed the whole level? My bad, dog. I just get excited. And even if they ask, confirm it was a legit question and not just wondering out loud before you say anything. Yeah, usually I think it's good to remember that streamers vocalize their thought, right? Because if I sit here and I play the game and I don't say anything, it's just gonna be like 6 hours of this. Oh shit. Huh. Right? Like if I'm playing a game the same way I would play the game off stream, right? That's how it's gonna be. 6 hours of that. 6 hours of that. So, you know, as content creators and streamers specifically, right? You're gonna sit here and you're gonna vocalize your thoughts. You're gonna be like, oh man, that bell looks pretty cool, huh? It's kind of cool that you can hit it, man. I wish they would use that mechanic a little bit more frequently. Oh, this place really looks fucked up. Really makes you wonder what happened, right? Oh, war and shit, right? Fucking war sucks and all that, right? Oh man, the enemy that's usually here is pretty cool. I like all of his attacks and what, like, you gotta just fucking vocalize your thoughts and talk, right? So whenever you walk around, right, and you go like, oh man, I wonder what that is. Huh. I wonder if there's gonna be a boss at the end, right? Those are all, most of the time, those are going to be, I'm stalling because I can't remember the fucking word. Jesus Christ. Rhetorical question. Holy shit. Most of the time, whenever a streamer asks a question, it's going to be rhetorical. If a streamer has a camera, I think something that's important to pay attention to is where they look, right? If I'm looking this one, I'm like, huh, I wonder. I'm probably not talking to you guys, right? But if I'm doing this and I'm like, hey, does anybody know? You know what I mean? There's also ways of addressing things, right? I know some people have like a safe word sort of thing where they'll ask a question and then say said word, and that's kind of like a go for the chat to know that like, oh, okay, this is not a rhetorical question, they actually want an answer. Oftentimes, I'll just flat out ask either somebody in chat if I'm specifically in a dialogue with somebody in chat, or I'll just say, hey chat, does anybody know, right? Usually if chat is not being addressed, or if somebody isn't being addressed specifically, or if the streamer isn't actually asking, right? It's going to be a rhetorical question, and it's just the streamer talking to not just be mute the entire time, right? It's also just good to just kind of like ask in general, right? Because again, some people might be okay with certain things, but not others, right? Some people might be okay with spoilers and backseating in terms of like how to find certain items or that certain items exist, but they don't want backseating during boss fights, or they don't want spoilers about bosses coming up or certain story moments. So it's just polite to get a feel for things and just ask in general, right? Here, generally, if it's a first playthrough, no backseating, no spoilers at all, preferably. If it's not a first playthrough, I don't mind people talking about the game as long as they're not just yapping non-stop about the end of the game, right? I don't mind people talking about it. Like if we're playing Elden Ring and somebody brings up the final boss of the DLC, cool. But if somebody else pops in and mentions that maybe they haven't seen a certain thing, just talk about what you're seeing going on here or what we did prior, not what's coming up. Just have that level of courtesy. And I don't mind backseating if I've already played a game, as long as you're not trying to literally guide my hand. If I'm sitting here and you tell me, go pick up that item over there, for the boss, make sure you hit him in the back, and do that, you're trying to like just essentially dictate how I play the game, I am just going to ignore you. I'm just not going to interact with you. I'm not going to read what you got to say. And eventually, if you just keep it up, I'm just going to time you out and then eventually ban you. Because while I appreciate tips for things that maybe I didn't know, I don't care for you to, like, you want the controller? Here you go, have it. You know what I mean? It's also important to remember that just people enjoy games differently, right? For my level 1 run of Elden Ring, I fought Malenia for 60 hours. Now, does everybody want to sit down and fight Malenia for 60 hours? Probably not. Some people would have switched up their strategy, would have tried a different weapon, or something else, right? I wanted to do it in a specific way, and for me that way was particularly challenging, and it made me particularly vulnerable, but I wanted to do it that way. You know what I mean? And so I spent 60 hours of my life fighting a singular boss. But just in general, like, I enjoy a challenge. I think stuff, you know, my enjoyment and my self-fulfillment from games, I feel the reward is from figuring stuff out on myself. I've had it happen before. Once was during a Fatal Frame game. Oh, the only Fatal Frame we played, Fatal Frame 1. One time was during Fatal Frame recently. And I forget when it happened. There were 2 times that happened within the last year and a half. And I don't care if it frustrates you to watch me struggle. If you don't like that, go watch somebody else. I would rather struggle on a puzzle for 3 hours than be told the answer immediately. Now, people are different. Some people, after 10 minutes, they get frustrated and they want the answer. And I think that is perfectly valid. I would rather spend an entire month of streaming trying to figure out a puzzle over looking up the answer after a few minutes, right? And this happened in a puzzle for Fatal Frame, where I didn't even spend that long on it. I spent like 10 minutes, maybe. Actually, I think I went back on the VODs and it was something like 4 minutes and 30 seconds or some shit like that. Just kind of like wondering about the puzzle, and like something didn't click immediately and I misunderstood the puzzle, and after about those 4 or 5 minutes, it clicked and I solved the puzzle. And then I looked at chat and sure enough, somebody wanted to just blast off the answer because they thought I was taking too long. I don't care, right? Like, I don't care how you feel. I know that there's a lot of viewers out there that think that streamers are just here for their own enjoyment and they should just be okay with whatever they say or do. That's entitlement. I don't care about you. You know? I'm not gonna be okay with it. I'm not gonna care. I don't care if me taking too long in a level against the boss or against the puzzle is frustrating to watch. Be frustrated or go somewhere else, or just accept that this is how I enjoy playing games. You know what I mean? So it's always polite to just ask. Just ask. Hey, Cannoli, can I tell you something about something coming up? And I might say yes, or I might say as long as it's not related to a boss, as long as it's not related to an item, you know what I mean? And people do this in this chat. I'm very happy that people don't usually spoil things, right? They'll ask, hey, Cannoli, can I tell you about something you might have missed? Hey, Cannoli, can I tell you about this? Or they'll ask questions to kind of see where I'm at and whatnot, right? So. Everybody's different. I always equate going into a stream as going into somebody's house, right? Just because you do something in your house doesn't mean you can do that same thing in somebody else's house and expect them to be okay. It's just polite to ask. You want to say something that's spoilery? Just ask. Or look at the tags, right? Look at the stream title. Sometimes you'll see on there, backseating allowed, not allowed, no spoilers, spoil away or whatever. Or look at the tags right underneath the stream title. There will be no spoilers, no backseating, or backseating allowed, you know, whatever. So, it's always important to ask. Always ask, or just always assume that the streamer doesn't want backseating or doesn't want spoilers. I think that's the safest way to enjoy a stream. Assume that the streamer doesn't want to know shit. And then just ask. As I've been yapping for a little too long, let me look at this thing Bud sent me. Oh shit, that is really fucking cool. Huh. You want to see it too, chat? Well, I guess she sent the link, right? Yeah, she put the link. Gun. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, I love seeing stuff like that. Granted, I think good cosplays, or even like, I mean, just cosplaying in general, right? Like, even the ones that aren't like everything fabricated at home in general, like when a cosplay comes out looking good, I think it's super impressive. But whenever people do things like gender bent cosplays and they have to, like, they don't just wear the outfit except they're the other gender, right? It sounds fucked up saying the other gender implies that there's only two. They are of a different gender. So they have to like adapt it. You know what I mean? I think that's sick. I think it's sick when people do cosplays that are mishmashes between like two different games. I think I've seen a cosplay of somebody doing like a Mario if he was in the Doom universe, which I think is really sick. Or when people do stuff like that, just like stuff that's out of the ordinary. Instead of cosplaying a character, you're just cosplaying like a whole ass level. I've always honestly envied the talent and time that some cosplayers are willing to put into their craft. It's really fucking crazy to me. It's really crazy. I wish I could. I've said this before, I want to be able to stream. I want to be able to stream, or cosplay, my bad. I wish I was a good cosplayer because I would love to do a cosplay for characters every time that I do like a first playthrough, right? I would love to do that. I just don't have the time, money, and skill to be able to do a cosplay for every first playthrough. But that's something that I've always wished I could do. There are only two genders, gay son and daughter. Yeah, I really wish I could. I wish I had the talent to do it, but I just can't. I think I remember that. The Fatal Frame one, yeah. It also sucks for the people. Yeah, exactly. You're not just potentially ruining the experience for the streamer, but you're also either potentially spoiling stuff for people in the chat or just ruining the experience of the people in the chat by removing a certain reaction from the streamer. Just sit down and enjoy the show. I think it's pretty easy, right? Like, if you just don't enjoy a stream or how a streamer runs their stuff, just don't watch it, you know? Like, it's that easy. It's that easy. If you like spoilers and the streamer doesn't, go watch somebody else. If you like backseating and the streamer doesn't, go watch somebody else. If you don't like the streamer's voice, go watch somebody else. If you don't like how somebody plays a game, go watch somebody else. There are thousands of people playing games on Twitch. If you don't like how somebody does their stuff, go watch somebody else. It's that easy. You don't have to be an asshole. I was watching Elvish play Far Cry 6 with his friend, and a random came into the chat and asked to join. Elvish said no because he was playing with his friend. About a minute later, Elvish said he knew how the game ended, but doesn't want to spoil it when it's spoiled for the chat. And this guy just like, yes, I was there too. I think, yeah, they had asked if they could join. Somebody else. I don't know how they opened up, but then their follow-up question was something along the lines of, how does the game end? Or I don't know how the game ends, or something to that extent. It was somebody else that asked a question, and then the person that got banned, I think they responded with, I know how it ends. Do you want to know? And the other person said yes. Now, the other person is not really to blame for the follow-up actions of the individual that got banned. However, it's probably a good idea to not ask people in chat to talk about the end of the fucking game. If you want to know, ask him to DM me on Discord or some shit, right? Like, it's maybe not good to engage with that. Now, that said, they're not responsible for the actions of the other person. The other person should have known better. Because then Elvish, once he saw the yes, or once he saw the other person say that they knew and they could tell them, I don't remember which one happened first, they did say, please don't talk about the end. They warned them. They told them not to talk about it. And what did they do? They said exactly what happens right at the end. And obviously they deserve to be banned. The other person, I think they felt bad because they said, oh, I didn't mean for my question to get somebody banned or whatever. I mean, it's not your fault. You asked the question, you got the answer for the question you asked. I don't think you should be asking about the end of a game in the stream where people are playing that game, but also you're not responsible for other people's action, right? Once the streamer says, no, do not say what happens, the person typing the comment should have probably not typed the comment. Or just have some good sense and just not respond to that question anyways. But yeah, they deservedly got banned. I would love to do themed shit. If my hair was blonde, I could probably pull off a Leon cosplay for Requiem right now. It's starting to fall the same way as his does. Could always get a wig. A little cheapo wig. I've been building a gender-bent cosplay for a few years now. Finding small ways to change it has been fun. I'm playing Gage from Borderlands 2, so doing just a ponytail instead of her pigtails and considering a kilt instead of a skirt. That's a cool way of tackling that. Yeah, I think that I've seen some gender-bent cosplays, which, I mean, no shade. I think it's still very impressive, where people just pretty much take the costume and put it on their body. And it's kind of fun, right? Especially if you're like a big burly man cosplaying as like a smaller, you know, more feminine character. It's like, that's kind of funny. Look at, like, the dress is real small, you know, like, it's comedic, and that's fine, right? Like, people do stuff like that. But yeah, when you take a cosplay of a character of a different gender and you adapt it to your gender or just to yourself, I think it's really cool. Because I've even seen cosplays done where people of the same gender as the character cosplay the character, but instead of trying to like do a one-to-one recreation, they adapt it to themselves, whether it's their hair, their body shape, or whatever else, and they kind of make it their own, but you can still tell that it's that specific character. People are creative. People are very creative. If I were just good looking, I could maybe cosplay Leon. Come on, that implies that Leon is good looking, and that's just not true. I also don't think you're ugly. I've never seen you, but we're all beautiful in our own ways. I've never seen a donut and I've seen some donuts that made me go, you gross. I've seen some nasty looking fucking things. We whiffed most of that, which is unfortunate, but... Oh! I didn't realize that when he goes down, he actually goes off to the side. Did you ever see the super big guy that did a cosplay of 11 when Stranger Things came out? I don't think so, no. What in the world? I will say, Pretty Boy Butt Chin Leon in Remake 2 kind of throws me off. Oh, man. Chat, we got some ads running up here in 2 minutes. I think I can give it one more attempt real quick, so let's jump into that. After I probably will die, we're gonna go ahead and let the ad break run before we jump into another attempt. And then I'll check out the cosplay. Oh shit, we're out of yokai form. Didn't realize that. You good? Damn it. I was too slow. I was still stunned. And we died just in time. We got 10 seconds until the ad break hits. Well, probably closer to like 15, 20 seconds, but I'll park myself outside of the boss fight and then we will wait for them to be over. Okay, never mind. We're gonna continue. I am apparently blind, and that was not a countdown to the ads happening. That was a countdown to the ad break that was in progress. I thought I had snoozed. It seems I did not snooze, and the ads happened anyway, so I guess welcome back from the ad break, question mark. Let me look at the cosplay. It just finished for me? Yeah, it did. I thought I had snoozed it, and that the countdown that was happening was a different one. Turns out I didn't snooze it. And the ads happened anyways. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that he's got the mean mug, dude. That's pretty good. I might have to actually put my hair up. It is a lot warmer than it was when I first started the stream. The music outside this boss room fucks with my head. What do you mean? Something about the frequency, I think it just hurts. Interesting. Are you talking about this right here? I can see that. I play with my volumes pretty low. But I can see that. Eat that. Man, I thought it was done, dude. I don't know why I keep thinking that he only does the second dash when we're in the yokai realm. Ah! I tried dodging out of the way. I thought I had a little bit more time. Hopefully I didn't bore you guys with my mega yap session about spoilers. I know I have the bad tendency of taking like one question or one singular thing and just extend it into like a 40-minute yap session, but by now you should probably be used to it. I dodged too early. Hey, Cannoli, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would if they could woodchuck wood. That's what would happen to a text-to-speech trying to reply to that, is what I assume. As far as the real answer, 42. I thought good. Time it properly. I was way late. I mean, we still got the burst counter, but I'm just gonna die from the fire here, I think. A+ interpretation of the question. Thank you. Let me double check something, because I'm gonna be getting rid of a bunch of gear here. So let me see if we picked up anything that I would be mildly interested in. Before I sell it all. Auto target weak point. What? Let's do more damage. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I don't remember how the auto target weak point actually goes. Do we have any more for this set? Not that I'm really worried about set, but just in case. We do. Sick. I don't presume that we have... We do. Here we go. I like it. I like it. Dude, you know the person that does X character from media in X game animations? X character from media in X game animations? They did the Smiling Friends in Silent Hill 2. That's interesting. I've never really seen Smiling Friends. I've only seen like one episode and then bits here and there. It does look like something I would enjoy watching. I should maybe actually give it a shot. I know it's not very long. I think each episode is like, what, 10 minutes? 15 minutes? You 1000% should. Let me see, what do I want to put points into next? Probably heart, I think. Yeah, I think heart's probably what I want to dump into next. It's classic Newgrounds humor with a budget. That's kind of the vibe that it gave me, yeah.
The internet is the biggest cooperation engine.
I fucking hate ads. I don't know why now OBS opens up links in its own fucking window rather than just opening up my browser. It's kind of irritating. I'll keep that open. It's like 2 minutes. I'm not gonna watch it right now, but I'll watch it later. After the stream. It is for me to view, chat. The guy basically takes clips from shows, green screens the characters out, and puts them in game scenes. I think I might have actually seen this one. I think I might have actually seen it. I don't know if somebody else has linked it to me, or if I ran into it. Let's get Link it to you in Discord. Okay, thank you. Oh shit, dude. I decided to do that right as he went for the grapple. That is so fucking unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Chat, what's it like being good at video games? I'll let you know if I'm ever good at video games. I appreciate it, Blythe. I know I can always count on you. I'm slowly preparing you guys for all the self-deprecating I'm gonna be doing when we try to get Bloodborne hitless. There's gonna be a lot of it. A lot of it happened when I was speed running. I can imagine a lot is gonna happen when I was playing Bloodborne, so I'm just rating you guys up little by little. Dude, every time I go to take an action, he goes for the grab. I'm starting to wonder if that's a fucking input read he does on the grab, honestly. I'm here for a good time, what can I say? And you know what? We do enjoy a good time around these parts. Okay, we're going to reverse psychology this. Cannoli, you do not have chat's permission to beat this boss. Alright, you guys want me to, like, launch Magic the Gathering, Night Rain, or... Because, like, we kinda... This is a main mission. I can't just, like, quit out and go somewhere else. So if I don't have your guys' permission to beat the boss, should I just, like... do something else, or... Are you having a good time with your friends and your French wine? I love references. I understand where that's from, and because I understand where that's from, I think that's hilarious. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Okay, Blythe. Oh, speaking of Blythe. Come here, Blythe. Buddy. Oh, he ran out of the room. Free horchata. The door is open. Oh, shit. The door is actually open. That's why Blythe was able to walk in. So if Horchata wants to... No! If Horchata wants to be free... she can come here. It was also Blythe, not Horchata. It was my cat Blythe. That's why I thought it was funny. That as soon as I said Blythe, the cat meowed. Because that was Blythe. Why do you keep calling your kid? Yeah, it's one of my cat is named Blythe. It's a great cat. I told my girlfriend that he kind of looked like a wolf a little bit. He really doesn't. But because of how long his fur was and that it was gray, I was like, oh, he kind of gives wolfy vibe. Let's call him Blythe. Yeah, my cat's names. I have Yuki, which is the mother. Both because she had a lighter coat when we picked her up. And I believe Yuki means snow in Japanese, but also because of her sort of facial expression and attitude, it reminded my girlfriend of Yuki from The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. And she picked the name. She got that vibe. She likes that character, so she gave that name to the cat. And then Yuki gave birth to 5 kittens. The 2 female kittens, one is named Amelia. We named her Amelia because she was the first one that started to, like, try to jump around and try to leave the room that they were in. She was kind of an explorer, so we named her Amelia after Amelia Earhart. The other one is Horchata, which we named her as such because she was white with a little light brown streak on her head, so we were like, ah, look, it's like an horchata with a cinnamon stick and whatnot, so we named her Horchata. The 3 males, one is named Marx. Marx after Groucho Marx, because he has a little mustache. And it's not Groucho Marx, the movie actor. It's Groucho Marx, the Dylan Dog character, based off of the actor. Which is funny because my girlfriend has never read any of the Dylan Dogs. I'm the one that likes Dylan Dog, but she knew of the character, so she decided to pick that name. The other one is named Blythe for the reasons that I mentioned just a minute ago, and the other one is called Zeus because he is big, and he's my favorite. And I named him after a streamer that only plays my favorite game. So it's my favorite cat. Favorite streamer, favorite game, and he's the biggest one. He's the leader of them all. So I named him Zeus. Plot twist, that is me because I'm a witch. Oh my god. Wait. If you're a witch and you turn into a cat and I'm taking care of you, are you actually a witch familiar of mine? Am I a warlock? Are you a witch's... Are you a witch... Are you a warlock's familiar that's a witch? I don't know if the logistics make sense there. Disagree. Disagree again. I'm holding the block button, brother. Oh, that was really bad. I would never serve a man, so no. That's fair. That's fair. What if I wasn't a man? What if I transcended? You found a sign for me. Okay, there are so many things that I hate about this. One, why is it on a binder or a box? What the fuck is that? Why is it on that? Two, that is the most AI ass otter I have ever seen in my life. And two, AI cannot even get toilet paper right. It's like split in half. What is happening? I hate it. Also, a butt napkin? I hate everything about it. I think, I want to say my day has gotten significantly worse after watching that, but I don't want to put that weight on you, Nightingale. No, I do not think it does. From the butt napkin to the AI otter, no, I do not. I don't know why I waited an eternity before getting that. We're still going. Cannoli? What the f- Did I just call Schiff cannoli? Holy, what the fuck? Schiff, welcome in. Okay, thankfully that didn't kill me. Fuck! The one thing I can explain... Oh, it's a little wooden sign. Okay, probably something to just toss in the restroom as, like, decoration. Okay, for a second it looked like a binder or something. I was like, what is... Why this? Then again, there's all sorts of weird people out there. Somebody I went to school with had a security camera footage picture of the Columbine shooting as the face of his binder. So, you know, people make choices. So I guess butt napkin on your binder would probably be one of the most innocent things I've ever seen. Cannolisenpai and Schiff-senpai. Hey, they honestly kind of have a ring to them. Show man, one AI otter and his entire brain melts. I just have that reaction. Because everything that's AI generated most of the time just looks strictly worse. Like, imagine how much funnier it would be if it was just a regular picture of an otter with like a super janky Photoshop toilet paper on his paws. Like, that would, one, be better because it would actually look like a beautiful otter. And two, it'd be funnier. I tried to dodge in, but I didn't. Dude. This is why I've been switching to low stance during this fight to be able to dodge out of the way better, but I forget to do that. There's been shit, but it has improved a lot since the stream started, so I'm doing alright. I'm glad to hear that your day has improved. That's good. That's always good. I'm glad to hear Cannoli stream help. Oh, no, it wasn't my stream. He's just that excited for Neo 2. So it wasn't like my stream particularly. He's just a huge Neo 2 fan. I hear it's actually his favorite game. I heard him say one time, Liza P's dog shit, I only play Neo 2. Which was kind of weird to hear from him, but hey, you know what? I dodged into him as he was still moving forward, and I ended behind him where I wanted to be, but it also pushed me away a little bit. Let's go. All I needed was shift to pop into the channel just to be able to get this. Okay, I'm sorry for the otter. Fucking hell. It's okay if you like Neo 2, man. It's a great game. I just didn't think you'd uninstall Liza P of all things. Just a little surprise is all. Must have been a Commander Pig Dick's distant relative. Yeah, he actually sacrificed himself to save his wife. I could be wrong, but I believe yokais here, like, people turn into yokais or can turn into yokais with, like, strong emotions, I believe. I've never followed the story of Neo that closely, unfortunately. But yeah, so all of those like arrows and swords and whatnot that you saw on his back, that's because he was protecting his wife. Dude's actually a Giga Chad. Damn, Nightingale was pulling all stops. He said, fuck it. Speaking of Liza P, I'm really hoping that during Summer Game Fest we maybe get some news about the new game. Don't do it. Tragic. Yeah, she couldn't see a life without her husband. Yo, we have the same hairstyle. What up? Oh, chat, I am so upset that this hairstyle is not in Neo 3. You have no idea. Character creator is still pretty cool, so don't worry. We'll spend a couple of hours making our character. Maybe. I mean, I guess I could pull early accesses out. I guess I could pull up the video of somebody creating their character. The game will be available tomorrow. It does say that the release is the 6th, but for West Coast, it is the 5th. At 9 p.m., baby. At 9 p.m. Maybe if I rush to roll credits today, we could... Or if I can roll credits tomorrow by 9 p.m., we could switch to Neo 3. Texas Chainsaw Massacre rights got picked up by A24. You know, I'm neither here or there for A24. I know some people hate A24 films, and I know some people love them. I'm very indifferent with A24. Hopefully they'll be able to put those rights to better use than the people that currently had them. Extra long stream tonight to make sure you can play 3 the second it launches. You are, if nothing, a hilarious man. I'm glad that comedy was your calling because it's really, really fitting. It suits you. It suits you. The Netflix one was dog shit. Yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I want to at some point, but I remember hearing like people talk about it and I was like, wow, this sounds like everything except the Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. Oops. Why, thank you. Being funny is one of the only positive things I have to say about myself. I'm glad others can see it as well. I'm sure you got plenty of positive qualities about you. Whether you fail to see them or not. Dog shit and somehow peak comedy. Yes, yeah. I've heard about a certain scene that happens on a bus. I'll just leave it at that. What would you do with a drunken yokai? What would you do with a drunken yokai? What would you do with a drunken yokai early in the morning? Hey, take your time. Oh, she's also paralyzed. Oops. Yeah, I love the Gazuki yokai art. It's so fucking good. I have to get out of bed and get ready for work. Damn! That sucks, man. But after today, I have 2 days off. Ooh, any particular reason or just weekend? Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. She just fucking died. We do actually have to go down there. I just didn't think she was just gonna fucking drop down like that. Oh man, I just almost died. Finish what's on your plate, lady. Dude. That guy was not having the best of days, and neither am I. Holy shit, I almost died. What if I just, like, cheese the shit out of you, though? Like, that's not doing a lot of damage, but... I was in between wanting to transform and going for the burst counter. I should have just transformed. I reacted to that burst counter way too late. So I know I spoke about doing more community events and such. And I was almost considering uninstalling Baldur's Gate 3. Before or after I finish the playthrough that I'm doing with a few friends. And I know I brought it up a few times on stream, but what are we doing? I am gonna work out some logistics, but if enough people are interested, I might try to do like a weekend sort of thing. For a bit of Baldur's Gate 3 community action, if we can manage it. I might just die here. Sleep time for me. Good night, friends. Blythe, no worries. You have yourself a good one. Thank you for stopping by, as always. That sounds fun. Yeah, I mean, I wish there were games that allowed for more people to join, but the games that do allow for more people to join are usually not games I'm a huge fan of. I have thought about doing, like, Jackbox community nights and stuff like that. But Jackbox can be a bit of a mixed bag depending on the people playing and whatnot. It's kind of a wild card to pull out. Where are we even fighting this? Wriggle, welcome in. I recently went to this Korean mart I've never been to. Found so many amazing things I can't normally find. Chilean sea bass, miso paste, picked up everything. Dump noodles and really thinly sliced beef at the deli counter. Yeah, that's why my girlfriend and I, whenever we visit the Bay Area, we like to go to a couple of Asian marts. Specifically. There's specifically 2 Asian marts that we visit. Not that the names mean anything, because I'm pretty sure they're not overseas, but I think one is called H-Mart, and the other one is called Mitsuwa. And yeah, we like making all sorts of East Asian cuisines. Or East Asian cuisines. A lot of East Asian dishes between curry and ramen and other stuff. And you just cannot find, unless you live like in a neighborhood that has a high, like Chinese, Korean, Japanese population, you really are just not gonna find that stuff anywhere. You're gonna have to travel out to get it. Travel out isn't like, you know, go, you know, drive or travel over to whatever city nearby might have that. And yeah, there's a lot of shit that you can find between snacks and drinks or certain types of meats or vegetables or fruits or stuff like miso paste or the curry cubes and stuff like that. Oh shit, H-Mart is? I thought it was only like here in the US. Okay, yeah. H-Mart is sick. H-Mart is sick. At H-Mart, there was a certain type of beef jerky that I haven't seen before, nor have I seen again. The last few times, nerd. Last few times I've gone to H-Mart, I hadn't seen it. And it was a beef jerky that had like a curry powder on it. It tasted so fucking good. Well, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, Wriggle. Cards Against Humanity could actually be fun. I forgot that game exists. I forgot that game existed. Yeah, Cards Against Humanity is actually not a bad idea. It's a lot of fun. Both of your guys' name is fucking Pink. When I said that I don't know if they have it over there, I thought I didn't read the name. I just saw Pink. I thought I was talking to Schiff. I'm like, oh shit, they have it in Europe. That's crazy. Okay, cool. All right, makes sense. What? Yeah, okay. Good one, Cannoli. Good one. Good one. Professional. Yep, that's me. Udon noodles, nice. Yeah, they have all sorts of fucking noodles. The one that we go to as well. They have these things which you can actually find in a few places. We usually get them from Mitsuwa, but sometimes Mitsuwa, they don't have either good prices for those or they just don't have the ones we're looking for. And sometimes we pick them up from H-Mart. And they're like these prepackaged things for like ramen, and they'll have the soup paste as well as the noodles. It's really good. It's really good. But yeah, they have all sorts of noodles. Usually H-Mart is what we hit up when we want to make, I'm gonna butcher the name, but I believe it's called jjajangmyeon. Which is really good. We've made a few different stuff. Jjajangmyeon, I think, is one of my favorite dishes we've made. We made duck poke a few times, or duck poke. I am so bad, but yeah, I think it is duck poke a few times. That's really fucking good too. Alright, let's fight fire with fire then. Let me just get rid of this guy. Okay, that's... Oh no, that's not fine! I thought I was still in yokai form. Unfortunate. I can accept being overseas. Yeah, both of your names are white. Jesus Christ, now I can't tell colors apart. Both of your names are pink. I'm losing it, chat. My fucking mind. I'm losing it. Holy, dude. I think Donut's a Schiff. I think Schiff is Cannoli. I think Pink is white. What is happening? Oh, man. The excitement for Neo 3 is so high that I've just lost my goddamn mind. There's only one here, but yeah, I need to go back this weekend and stock up on some things. I want to make more hot pot type meals while it's still winter. Hell yeah. Oh, I should have probably rested here. Forgot about that. That sounds exciting. What is it? I think it's... Well, let me just... I was gonna try to spell it, but... They are noodles in a black bean sauce. Normally. And they have, like, ground pork or, like, ground beef and whatnot. That's how you spell it. It's really good. It's a very simple dish, too. There's another dish. Oh, man. Fuck, I forgot the name. It's kind of similar to, duck poke a little bit. It's a different sauce, but you'd have, like, the rice cake. I forget what the sauce is made with, and, like, chicken or whatever kind of other protein you'd want. And you use the, oh, shit, I forget what they're called. It's not bay leaves. Fuck. In Korean dishes, there's a certain type of leaf that you use really frequently, and you kind of just, let me just see if I can look up the dish. No, it's not cabbage. Oh man, let me see if I can find it. Gimbap is also good too. It's a nice little snack to have. I don't even know how to look this dish up. Oh yeah, we have some ads running up on us. I forgot about that, but got some ads running. Oh, dude, I cannot for the life of me remember what the name of this dish is. Oh, I think this is it. Hold on. Yes! Yes, this is it. This is it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Found it. Yeah, so the jjajangmyeon is the noodles with the bean paste and such. You usually have, like, minced pork or other things with it. And the other one that I'm thinking about is the duck galbi, which is the rice cake. I think it's a gochujang based sauce, similar to tteokbokki, but just a little bit different. And you can put whatever else you want in there, I suppose. And you'd normally... Oh man, now I gotta look at it because I don't remember what kind of a leaf it is. Perilla leaves. You can use whatever you want, I guess, but it would be perilla leaves. And you kind of use it. I guess you could scoop it up, or you could just put it on there, and then you kind of like bundle it up and eat it. It's so fucking good. It is so good. It's ridiculously good, as a matter of fact. Now, what's funny is I'm gonna have to repeat all this because I know that donuts is in the ads. And I still explained all this to him, knowing that he can't hear me. I'm a genius. Oh, man. You ever just, like, sit down and think to yourself, wow, I am dysfunctional? You ever do that? Holy shit. Still got about 20 seconds on the ads. Donuts is back apparently though. But yeah, that was the other one that I was talking about, was the duck galbi, the one that's the rice cake and the meat and other things. And you'd use perilla leaves to kind of like either, I guess, sort of scoop it up, or you'd put it on the leaf and then bundle it up and eat it. I don't know how to describe perilla leaves if you've never had them. And chat, welcome back from the ads. Appreciate you sitting through them. They're kind of like sort of minty a little bit. I could also be very wrong. I haven't had them in a minute, but I believe they have a bit of a minty taste. Because of it, I think a lot of people actually do substitute it out for mint leaves. I'm dead. I gotta stop getting grabbed by that. Yeah, I want to say they have a minty taste. Let me double check. Metallic, almost herbal flavor. Okay, that's like the worst way to describe it. They taste aromatic. I love when people describe shit with like the most vague things. Oh, it tastes aromatic. Man, what does that mean though? Yeah, I want to say it's similar to mint, but I cannot recall. Oh man, I might ask my dad if he, one of these days he decides to make couscous. I haven't had couscous in a while. Fuck, that dish is so good. Serene, welcome in. You taste the aroma. The aroma speaks to me. Aroma all over the shop. Soon you'll be an aroma. You know, I found myself quoting Bloodborne randomly a little too frequently. I think I think as we inch closer to the date of us doing Bloodborne hitless is getting to me. And I'm not even joking. I have felt way more anxious about the release of Resident Evil 9 because I keep saying that we will try to do Bloodborne hitless after we are done with RE9. And so every day that it inches closer to RE9 has made me more and more anxious because of that. There's really no reason why that should be the case. It's not like we haven't done challenge runs before, but holy shit, dude. I think I kind of get it, like herbally spice, kind of, sort of, yeah. I guess that's one way of putting it. I didn't actually mean to. Oh, you son of a bitch, dude. You gonna do it a third time for good measures? The food is so nice, they named it twice. You love couscous? It's really good. I've never had, like, meat couscous. I've always had fish couscous, because that's how my dad likes to make it. Oh, fuck, crap, dude. We should survive this. Can't see shit. Is he stuck there? Is he actually stuck there? Oh, okay. He was just like not moving from that corner. I think I die to this one. Ooh, we don't, but the burn is gonna get me, unfortunately. I'm just gonna start describing food in the weirdest ways I can now. Hey man, how's your burger? It tasted very condescending with hints of purple. You know, honestly, I think a food tasting condescending actually somehow makes sense. Especially if it's like very traditionally done, except like one thing, and you're just trying to fuck it up on purpose. Any chefs out there that specialize in condescending foods? Man, I sure do love being penetrated. Hey, yo! What is she doing, lady? Still, she's gonna get teleported once we trigger the boss fight. You like to make your food very melodramatic. How's homie gonna stab you with a meat cleaver? Well, I mean, as he did, he picked me up and then with a lot of fucking force, he just jabbed it in me. Off to work? Damn, unfortunate. Well, Shift, I hope you have a fantastic day at work. I hope it's all easy breezy, and hey, if I don't see you, you enjoy your next 2 days off, dude. It was late, but at least we didn't get grabbed. Ah, so close! So close to actually stunning him. Oh, we're out of heals. That's why my guy didn't heal. Because, well, we couldn't. No, you son of a gun. Ah, I should have started it sooner. I need to get some heals. Maybe. When does the remake for the second one come out? Does anybody know? I know it's this year. I don't remember off the top of my head. Koei Tecmo. Come on. Trying to get into your creator program, Koei Tecmo. Look at this. I'm playing your game. I'm gonna get Neo 3 and I want to play Fatal Frame. Come on, Koei Tecmo, huh? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Yes, there is a remake of the second one coming out this year. Should be soon. I think first quarter or second quarter of the year. But yeah, the idea was that I wanted to try to do a Fatal Frame marathon because I truly really enjoyed Fatal Frame. I didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I did, but I really fucking liked it. So I want to go back and we're not gonna replay the first Fatal Frame. If you want to watch it, you're gonna have to go on my YouTube and watch a recap of it. I don't have the entire playthrough up, but I did like a highlight thing. So if you want to know how my first playthrough of Fatal Frame went, well, there you go. You can go check it out there. But yeah, I wanted to start with the second one on, since pretty much all of them have been remade. There's some that were like a Japanese release only that got a PC port last year, I think it was. So like all of them are available on modern platforms, and I wanted to, maybe not all of them, maybe most of them. I don't think the third one is. I could be wrong. But yeah, because of the second one getting a remake this year, I wanted to sort of do a marathon. Because I really like the first one, and I'm intrigued to see if I am gonna like all the other ones. I think 2 is generally regarded as the favorite of the series. A lot of people really like the second one. Unlike Dark Souls. Oh, also, I think I skipped a comment from you, Nightingale. One other thought for a community game. I haven't played it yet, so I don't know if it would be good or not. Vermintide 2. I think I have Vermintide 2. That's the Warhammer one, right? Yeah, I actually have it. I didn't end up enjoying it as much because, yeah, it's a horde shooter, but it's not a bad call. It is overall, like, a really good game. I just can't play for extended periods of time, but Yeah, stuff like Left 4 Dead, Vermintide, Cards Against Humanity, Jackbox would probably all work better than Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate requires dedication. I'm just murder here tonight. I'm sorry about the honor. Look, man. It's not about that anymore. It's about much more. It's about much more. Getting some heals? What color are you thinking? Do you have an outfit to match? I don't have... Well, I do actually. I have the maid outfit. I have the... Well... Yeah, I was gonna say the school uniform. Probably don't want to do that, not with heels. But I do have the maid outfit, and I do have thigh highs. So I could throw on some thigh highs, the maid outfit, and some heels. You can then go to my OnlyFans and check it out. You just got down with one hit, lady. I can't talk. I almost got downed in one fucking hit. I thought he was... You really make me wanna scream. Not in a good way. Oh, I was too greedy. I was too greedy. Jesus Christ. A feedback channel is incoming. I'm doing some reorganization. I do want to make a community or channel or whatever sort of section with stuff on there for you guys to give feedback or make suggestions or to like dump stuff in, like if you want me to check out something on stream or whatever else. That is in the making. We used to have a feedback channel. I pulled that out because it wasn't really getting used, but also was kind of in a channel category that I just didn't like. It looked out of place. But yeah, that is part of reorganizing the Discord. There is going to be a feedback channel that's going to be slapped in there. Left 4 Dead 2 would be too fun. I have a secret strat for when the tanks arrive. Oh yeah? What's the secret strat? I'm sure it's going to be a very, very serious strat as well. Chat, you guys want to get a switchblade? You really want to know? I really do. I really do. I am for serious right now. Would I ever not be serious, chat? Is there ever a time and place when I would lie to you? I would love to sit in a hot tub right up. That's... I know that you said it because I just sat in a hot bath, and there's nothing inherently funny about wanting to sit in a hot bath. It's just how I read it in my head. As I'm riding the elevator, just reading, ugh, I would love to sit in a hot bath. I don't know why it just seemed out of place and it was funny to me. Sounds so nice. My local pool has one that's basically a grotto, has a waterfall of hot water. Damn. I've always kind of wanted to go to a, like a hot spring. I think it'd be nice. So when you hear the tank coming, grab your best friend, leave everyone else behind, find the nearest room with a bathtub and crouch in it. I don't fucking believe it for a second, dude. I don't fucking believe it. No way. No way, dude. Ooh, I thought it was gonna come for me. Oh, man, I am way too slow with it. I swear sometimes I'll hit X and I feel like my character just doesn't dodge. Check this out. Gun. Okay, I didn't think it had that much range. The power of America triumphs. No, I'm trying to grab the soul, dude. I don't want to talk to you. Okay, cool. Now it's fine. That's fine. I can't promise you'll progress, but you will be saved. Huh. Also, speaking of Left 4 Dead, I know I got a lot of shit, but I did actually enjoy my time with Back 4 Blood. I didn't like it. For me, I mean, it wasn't a bad game. I just never saw any reason to buy it with Left 4 Dead 2 existing. Because it's basically Left 4 Dead 2. But, I mean, it has some mechanical changes. I think there's more variety of, like, special infecteds or whatever, and it kind of has, like, proper boss fights. But it wasn't worth dropping, like, $40 on with Left 4 Dead already being a thing. Because it was basically like Left 4 Dead, except you throw on, like, random cards at the start that had, like, minor effects. I like the idea, I just didn't like it enough to drop 40 schmackaroos on it. I think unless you're a huge fan of those types of games, I would probably just like snag Left 4 Dead 2 for like $2 if you had to like make a choice between the two. But I can definitely see how Back 4 Blood could be fun. I want to say, excuse me, I think that's why the game got a lot of shit. It's because it felt too close to something else. And so a lot of people are like, why would I play this when there's this other thing that just works better, sort of thing, right? I don't remember if it had like performance issues as well at the start. I think that happens a lot in general, though. If a dev team that worked on a previous game makes a new game that resembles the other game way too much, I think people are just... I mean, it's hard to not compare it to it, right? It's the same thing with like people are like, you shouldn't compare Callisto Protocol and Dead Space, but it's really fucking hard not to. It would be like looking at Outer Worlds and not comparing it to like the Fallout games, like how it you know, like when it's made by the same people and it's that close, it's really hard not to. Hey, getting hit with sloth, dude. Speaking of which, we have access to sloth. I should probably equip it. I feel like using sloth is almost like borderline using cheat codes. Oh, I couldn't do it because I was out of stamina. I didn't realize that. Or out of key. You get what I mean, chat. I waited too long. I can agree with that. It just had a few more bells and whistles. I had it through Game Pass, so it was worth it. But yeah, I wasn't willing to shell out full price either. Yeah, if you have something like Game Pass, yeah, I mean, you might as well try every game on there, right? There's no game that's not worth playing if you have something like Game Pass. The spawn rate and difficulty of the special infected was set way, way too high, and it took them way too long to fix. Oh, yeah, that would probably make playing through that a little annoying. Also, hot tubs and pools are fun, but recently I've been learning about pool maintenance, balancing pH, using disinfectants, oxidizers, filtration systems, scrubbing the scum line. Trust me, chat, I read that as something else other than scum lines, and I was about to question what kind of pool you were going to. Learning that most people just have a certain amount of fecal matter on their bums that you have to account for, and now I just feel like pools were never meant to be a thing. Well, that's why they're fucking top-loaded with hella, you know, public pools usually have a ton of fucking chlorine, right? There's so much fucking bacteria, especially if you go to public pools, right, where even kids are there. The amount of people that'll, like, just shit and piss in pools, it's fucking nasty, dude. And yeah, I mean, you know, doesn't matter how well you wipe, there's gonna be a little bit of duking in your butt. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the nature of it. That's just how it is. There's gonna be a little bit of dookie residue. Not to get gross and whatnot, chat, but you know, that's your body. But yeah, no, public pools are fucking gross. So I don't like going to, or rather, one of the reasons I don't like going to them. Millennium, you probably got the most unclean ass in the chat right now. Welcome in, dude.
もしや明智。
今の自分は一階の僧天界でござる。 こたびの要件は他ならぬ藤吉郎のことです。
That's your job, though? No, not in the slightest. I'm willing to take you out on a date, dude, but not like that.
増長止まらぬ藤吉郎は霊石を集め過酷な攻勢に出ております。結構なお味でした。
Millennium out here, thinking about all the wasted flavor he saved up.
機内と北陸を
That's fucking gross. Chat, you see what you do to me? This was all your fault.
紀州、四国、東海へ軍を進めるかと。
このままじゃ荒れる一方ね。
さよう。この国は滅ぶやもしれませぬ。
じゃあそろそろ反撃を始める？
家康殿は
What have I done? I have failed you.
決戦の地は小牧長久手になりましょう。
霊柩と申します。
Oh,
なんとか藤吉郎殿を止めてくなはれ。私めも全力で後押しさせてもらいます。
it's a whale spirit, chat. That's fairly cool. What would your guardian spirit be, chat? Doesn't have to be something from Neo if you're not familiar with it. It can be an animal or some kind of mythical creature. What would be your guardian spirit? My childhood told me Jesus, but I don't know, maybe a cat? That's fair. Mine would be a kidney bean. A kidney bean. As your guardian spirit. Interesting. What power would this... Oh, shit. What power would this kidney bean guardian spirit be able to impart you with? Are you asking what we would choose or what we think it would be? Why not both? Why not both? I was thinking more of like what you would choose. But since you bring it up, why not both? This guy was sitting in the hot bath fully armored and ready to go. I gotta respect that level of dedication. That's the kind of god we'd need. A kidney bean? It would make me angry. That's about it. I feel like you got some history with kidney beans that really ought to be shared. I thought that was going to be something different. I love kidney beans, man. I just think if it was a spirit and it gave me power, that would be it. Oh. All right, then. Please and thank you. Was that towards the kidney bean or was that towards the yokai we just killed? I would choose either a phoenix or a unicorn, but I feel like it would actually be a raven or a crow. I don't know what I think mine would be. I want to say it would probably be like an otter-esque or like a weasel type, like a ferret or weasel or an otter. I feel like my attitude would fit well with those fellas. What I would want it to be, I think probably like a naga. Or some kind of like serpent type creature. Is that supposed to be like the phases of the moon? What is that? Is that a half-shaven golf ball? What am I looking at? I don't think those are beans. At least they look like no beans I've ever had. I might die here. Yep. What is that? That's not a bean. But if I put it in Discord, it is beans. Yeah, like if I put it on Discord, it's like 3 beans. That's not a bean. I don't know what that is. Weird. All right. It looks like beans to me. To me, it's like a white circle with like some dashes. Damn, maybe it is. I mean, earlier I thought you were Schiff. So maybe it is. Maybe that is your power. Two of his friends just got gunned down, and only now he gets up. Completely ignored the other 2 gunshots, but this one, huh? All my friends are dead. All my friends are dead. Who's all my friends are dead? I don't actually know if those are the lyrics to the song. I know they say my friends are dead at some point, but... So, on the chat on screen, they actually came up as beans. That's interesting. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Okay, I missed. Hold up. There we go. You got a whole fucking cannon backing you up, dude. What are we talking about? I'm coming up there. And a guy with a gun. There are so many dudes here. What? Get me out of here. Jesus, get me out of here, dude. I don't know why I have this, like, habit of wanting to point-blank shoot enemies. It's killed me a few times, but I still like to do it. But seriously, I love Mexican mythological creatures and want to get a cool back piece with them in the future, maybe. There's this cool, like, bird dragon called Quetzalcoatl. Yes. We actually have one in Magic the Gathering in the Caverns of Ixalan set. I really would like to see a Souls-like that explores cultures that usually don't really get a lot of representation, right? Because, like, action-adventure games that take place in Japan, it's been done. Action-adventure games that take place in China, while they weren't really too existent, nowadays they are very, very, very much there. That we're starting to get a huge wave of action-adventure titles from China. Medieval fantasy, dude, it's been done to death. We've seen stuff dealt with, like, the Old West. You know, like, I would love to see, I don't know, some games that deal with, like, Egyptian stuff. You know what I mean? Or other African cultures. I would love to see some stuff with, like, Indian mythology in mind. South American mythology or Mexican mythology. Give us some of that, dude. Just play some Assassin's Creed, man. No, I want to play a good game. Also, Assassin's Creed doesn't really have that. You are in those areas, but you're not really dealing with mythological creatures. It's not like a dark fantasy type stuff, right? You're very much just interacting with regular people, which, yeah, I mean... You're letting the freedom overtake you. That would be cool. I want to see amnesia touches on that. I want to say, I can't read chat. My goodness. I want to see amnesia touches on that a little bit. In one of the games, the desert one. Rebirth, I think. Amnesia Rebirth. I need to replay those. I would suggest playing Amnesia The Dark Descent and Amnesia A Machine for Pigs, and then forgetting that the other ones exist. That's... That's my best suggestion. I was really not a fan of Rebirth. I really was not. Like, the game, I think, had a very strong first third. And after that, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse for me. With the finale of the game just being... It's not something I really vibe with. That almost killed me. And hearing me say that, he went for it immediately. But even the first, I think, is about a dude getting some artifact in a jungle somewhere. I forget where exactly. I don't remember much of the lore from the first one either. I really like the atmosphere of the first game, though. I might die here. Never mind. I thought that the other guy was gonna go for a grab. Or any other attack probably would have killed me. Ah, I used it too early. I thought I could time it well enough. I'm dead. Oh, he whiffed. Machine for Pigs is my favorite despite hardly being a game at all. I think gameplay-wise, I prefer the first one because of how it handles things, right? You kind of have to explore, find the little notes here and there. It's a lot heavier on the puzzling and exploration. I really like that. But from, like, I think an aesthetic and storytelling point, I think I prefer the second one more. It's kind of a shame because apparently the second one had a ton of issues throughout development. I think a couple of endings are scratched. They had some rewrites. Like, there was a lot going on with that game. But I still think it turned out really well. A lot of people surprisingly hate A Machine for Pigs. And I can probably see why. But I think it's better. I would definitely rather play A Machine for Pigs rather than Rebirth or Bunker. I've not played Bunker myself, but I've seen people play Bunker, and it just plays too much like a traditional jump scary horror game, you know what I mean? It's kind of got the run, hide, run, hide, run, hide. And it's got like a bit of a roguelite-esque element to it, I believe. But yeah, there's not really a lot to the story. The puzzles are not really all that. It feels like a downgrade from a lot of the other ones. Yeah, I'd say the second one is probably my favorite of the bunch. I love how you just have a fucking Beyblade attack now. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, we got that from the kitty enemy, the kitty enemy, the cat lady yokai that we killed the other day. Your little guys drive me crazy. Oh, the Scampus? Yeah, Scampus is adorable. Machine for Pig is short anyhow, but the ideas in it and the actual events of the story you learn about, it's super cool in my opinion. I'd agree with that, yeah. I would be inclined to agree. It also does a great job at healing you, which is great. I was actually talking the other day how I would love to have like a plushie of Scampus, and Nightingale found one, a one-to-one copy of one, but it's also apparently $1,000. And I like Scampus. I don't like him that much. big whip. If you're looking for a horror game that you actually play, I have no disagreements with people who don't like it. Yeah, Machine for a Pig very much has the, like... It basically is a walking sim, and every so often you have to, like, interact with the thing. I want to play Bunker, but it has a different vibe from what I like about the games usually. It's very much different. I feel like it's an Amnesia game, really only in name. Not that I think that's, like, bad or anything, but if... Yeah, it really doesn't give off, like, Amnesia vibe. Then again, I don't really know what Amnesia vibe really means, because Amnesia, The Dark Descent, Machine for Pigs, and Rebirth all were, like, very, very different from each other. So... I don't even know what I mean by it doesn't give me Amnesia vibes. All the games are fucking different. Ooh! Nasty with a headshot. Nasty with it.
見つかればなぶり殺しじゃな。
This better be bad. Scampus! I'm which I can't quite describe it, but I know when I'm playing a frictional game. Speaking of which, do we remember when the next one is supposed to come out? Is it this year? Xenon, welcome in. Cannoli, what was the name of that really bad horror game with the unnecessary dog scene? Really bad horror game with the unnecessary dog scene? The only one that pops into mind immediately is Lost in Viva, but that game is sick as fuck. Resident Evil 4. Yeah, Lost in Viva is dope. Really bad horror game with the unnecessary dog scene. Dude, that doesn't ring any bells. Is it something that I played? Flashback sequences with an abusive mother person thing? It's not remothered, is it? I cannot think of it. Yeah, man, horror in general needs to fucking cut that shit out. The amount of times that I watch a horror movie just for an animal to be abused or killed, like, kind of pisses me off. Like, I understand why it's done. Oftentimes, it's to kill something a character was attached to, right? And it's very easy to understand the attachment a person has to a pet. Oftentimes it's done for shock, and, well, I guess it works. But come on, dude. Fucking do something else. Like, I love horror media, but in general, that's just something that's so pervasive that just kind of needs to fucking stop, dude.
わしと忠勝殿は家康様と合流し敵方の主力を一気に叩く案ずるなそれがしと半蔵殿が
First person horror game. Flashback. And it was bad. I really can't recall anything that fits that bill. I think this one should allow us to get the Kodama. Among the Sleep. Among the Sleep was actually kind of good. I enjoyed Among the Sleep. It does have flashback to parents. I don't recall a dog. Sad. Don't read if you're screaming. If you're, don't read this if anyone is screaming. I won't read it out loud just in case. Oh, that's fucking. Oh god, that game was fucking horrible. Oh, I know what you're talking about. That game was mad fucking dog shit. Martha's Dead, I think is the name. Yeah, that game made me incredibly upset. Dude, okay, so I didn't read it out loud. If you don't want to know what happens, I won't mention what happens, but what Xenon described there pissed me off. Okay, I do not want to diminish the depiction of suicide or the talk of suicide. There was a big hubbub when the game first came out. At some point throughout the game, there is a suicide sequence. And the game makes it a point, it gives you like 2 or 3 warnings that you're going to be seeing a very graphic scene, a very potentially upsetting scene. It warns you like twice, I think. And you can completely skip that. I didn't skip it, because I want to see the entirety of the game. That sequence, your character, you don't see shit, by the way. You just know that your character is about to commit suicide, and then the camera pans up. You see nothing, but for that they allow you to completely omit it, as well as giving you several warnings. For the scene that Xenon just described, there's absolutely no warning. It comes out of fucking nowhere, and it was incredibly upsetting to see. It was a fucked up sequence. It was done with like marionettes, so like you don't see it being done, right? It's not like a real dog and a real person interacting. You don't see the action taking place, but it's still shown to you, and it's fucked up. For that one, they just slap it in your face out of nowhere, but for the suicide sequence that you don't even get to see, even if you don't skip it, they give you warnings and allow you to omit it. It was such a goofy choice by the devs. I understand why the warning is there. Suicide is something that is upsetting to talk about and whatnot for a lot of people. It can trigger a lot of bad memories in a lot of people, and I fully understand that, and I'm fine with the warning existing. I just think it's incredibly silly to give you a warning for something that is essentially only hinted at that you don't get to see anyways, but not give you a warning for an incredibly fucked up scene. Yeah, the game wasn't great. It was okay at best. It felt like a lot of the stuff that they tried to do was more for shock reasons than anything. And you know me, I like it when horror games do not hold back. I want more horror games to be incredibly aggressive at times, even when it comes to like depiction of shocking material. I mean, within moderation, within a fine line, right? There's a difference between pushing the line and teetering onto the extreme. But when you're doing it just for the sake of being shocking without any real anything behind it, it just comes across in such a poor taste. And yeah, Martha's Dead was exactly that. You'd have scenes that, like, I remember people reacting online and I remember people playing it where they were like incredibly appalled because maybe those were not games that they have seen. And like, yeah, I can understand why. There's a few scenes in it that are like, what the fuck? That not many games would include for good reasons. But they didn't feel like they had a point. It felt like it was there just for the sake to be gory, just for the sake of being shocking. It was like Terrifier level of dumb shit. I mean, well, maybe not as gory and violent as Terrifier, but it was kind of like that, where it was just like, ooh, look at us. Ooh, we're shocking. And like, yeah, sure, I don't mind shutting my brain off and just like watching what is essentially gore porn, but like, it was whatever. It was a very whatever game. I know I've brought up before, but Cannibal Holocaust, to be fair, for the name probably should have told me it was gonna be too much, was a movie where they were like legitimately harming animals. Yeah, you wouldn't know if you just watched the movie, you just assume that it's fake, but unfortunately, yeah, they were not treating animals very well during the shooting of that film. Never heard of it, and for the sound of it, it was a good thing. If you're going to include disturbing imagery in your games, it's a weird choice to be so wishy-washy. Yeah, I think you should give a warning at the start of the game about the material and content that is going to be there, right? Like, hey, this game is going to have depictions of this and this and this and that. And I think it's fine to even warn the player ahead of time, right? There is a streamer that I watch, for example, where I don't know if this is like something they do or if it just happened for the couple of games that I watched, but one of her moderators usually like plays the game before she does, from what I understand. And that way he's able to like warn people, or in particular the streamer, like, hey, there's going to be an upsetting sequence coming up. And I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that, right? It does help some people, like, mentally prepare themselves so it doesn't hit them as hard, right? Or some people are able to then, like, tune out and not witness whatever it is that might be there. Because, you know, maybe you've gone through something in your life recently, or maybe you still haven't recovered from something that has happened in your life, and you don't want to see certain things. I think that's perfectly fine, but just the fact that you're putting a warning and allowing people to opt out of a sequence that, again, I have to stress that when I played it, you see nothing. It's hinted that it's heavily implied, rather, that your character is committing suicide, but it is not shown. But then they throw you, like, an incredibly, like, shocking scene, like, incredibly fucked up just out of nowhere. Like, even for me, I was watching that, I'm like, what the fuck? I think that's probably the most disgusted I ever been on stream. And I consume some fucked up shit, you know what I mean? Not to be like the super edgy horror enjoyer. But I've seen worse than what was shown in the game. But like, even to me, I looked at it, I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this is not right, man. Like, that's fucked up. Thank you. For some reason, the game popped into my head when I was watching the trailer for the Mortuary Assistant movie. Oh, man. I wouldn't be surprised if the movie's more fun than the game. I gotta be honest. Because, like, I think that the concept leans itself well to a movie, right? Like, oh, a mortuary that has like demons and shit. It could be a fun movie idea. As a game, it didn't work too well in my opinion. I think the gameplay loop was just very whatever. Some people love it. I know a lot of people really liked it, but I couldn't fuck with it. This is not my cup of tea. Yeah, it doesn't sound like something any normal person would be into. I mean, I think it's fine to include scenes like that. It's just if you're gonna include one very upsetting scene and give the player a warning beforehand, I think you should do that with any upsetting scene. And I think animal abuse definitely fits the fucking bill. And I think it's fine to include scenes like that if they have a purpose, but not just for shock value. I think having the type of imagery in a game is fine, provided the player knows going into it. It's going to be showing things like that. The one that bothered me, I won't name the game for reasons of spoilers, but the start of the game, you become a monster, and the character decides to shoot themselves instead of, like, live like that. But the game makes you, as the player, hit the button and pull the trigger. It was the one time a game let me play that I wish it was a cutscene. I can think of a couple of games where, like, something really similar to that actually happens. Seems to be a running theme that some games just want to be shocking for the sake of shocking. Welcome to horror, everybody! Where we can go from really deep stuff to... why was this even made? The movie will probably be fine, but it does something I hate in horror adaptations that the new Silent Hill movie also did. In-game, quiet, creepy scenes. Recreated scene in movie, loud, obnoxious, screaming and blaring music. I can't stand it when they do that. I would agree, yeah. If a scene in a game is really quiet, then they're going for a specific atmosphere, or they're setting it up in a specific way. You turn that and you just make it blaringly loud, it just completely just throws what the game does want it to do out the window. Speaking of really annoying things, though, we're about to get some ads, chat, and we are about 4.5 hours in, and I haven't taken a break yet, so I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna be stepping away from the computer for about 5 minutes or so, and then I will be right back with more Neo 2. Chat, feel free to talk amongst yourself. Anybody on YouTube, feel free to come to the better side, which is Twitch, if you so wish. Or just sit around and vibe to music. Chat, let me give you some music. There's, like, no music in the game right now, other than just, like, fire crackling, so here you go. Enjoy the music. I will see you shortly. Oh, honey, I'm home in the dark. All right, we're back. You know, when I was reading some of the stuff in chat before I took a break, I gotta be honest with you, chat. Half of my brain was going, have you read that before? Did you read this out loud? You said you weren't gonna read it out loud. Did you read that out loud? Does that ever happen with you? With anybody, chat? Or like you're reading something and then you respond to it and you're like, did I actually read that? Or sometimes you read something and for some strange reason you feel like you might have read it out loud when you didn't mean to, but you didn't actually read it out loud. I do it all the time. It happens to me sometimes, it trips me out. Yeah, I remember the Pyramid Head stuff from the trailer. That shit was whack. The worst feeling for me is when I read something in chat in my head and respond to it, but in my head, 2 hours later, I'm looking at the messages like, did I respond to that or just think about responding to it? I do that sometimes, not responding, but like I'll notice somebody asks a question, but there's like an ongoing conversation, so I'll make a note. I'll read the comment, make a note, and then just carry on. And then sometime later, I'll be like, oh shit, wait, I never responded to that thing. Or I meant to comment on that and then I never did. Only when I'm driving, like, did I stop at that stuff? Dude, I do that all the time. I'll just be, especially when like you're in just like the zone, auto zone, and you're just like driving, right? And like, your brain sees that the light is green. You see it's green, but you don't think about the light being green, and you'll just go, and then it's like, did I just run a red light, or was that green? Related, but like there is a way to include really dark horror in media. Martyrs, fucked up movie, I think it works. The original one I think is great. I think the remake of Martyrs sucks. I think the first Martyrs is a really good movie. I've seen some points as to why that's a movie that's really gross and shouldn't have been made. And I get that, considering all the violence is directed towards women. I definitely see a point. But I do think that from a cinematic standpoint, Martyrs was actually really good. It was able to be a shocking film. It's one of... They show stuff, but it was one of those movies that where telling works more than showing. And while they showed you something, the idea of why they were doing those things or the other stuff that they might have done to those people, I think does a better job at like kind of shocking you, because now you see the final result and you're like, oh wow, they did all these things leading up to that. I really like Martyrs. I only watched it recently, but I really like Martyrs. Chat, if you don't mind incredibly violent films, or very disturbing movies, I recommend watching Martyrs. It's a good movie. At least I think it's a good movie. I don't want to watch it again. That's very fair. Yeah. Yeah. But it adds to the weight of her choices as well as the idea that they lost all their humanity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a movie that you can argue that they didn't need to show the violence, but I think the level of violence they show and how they show it is very effective in the storytelling method. I have seen some like really fucked up movies, right? Where it clearly felt like the violence was literally just shock humor, right? Like if we want to talk about something more mainstream, you look at movies like Hostel, you look at movies like even the later Saw films, or things like Terrifier, where it's just like violence for violence sake and there's really no point to it. Doesn't have any real story. It's just like gore on gore on gore on gore. It's whack. They can be enjoyable, but it's whack. But yeah, I think Martyr was a movie that I watched and I was like, everything felt like it had a reason to be there. Like, sure, could you have done it without? Maybe. The remake does cut a lot of that violence out, but after watching the first one and then watching the remake, it felt like it was lacking impact. I don't drive often, but the amount of times I get behind the wheel and then suddenly I'm pulling into my destination and realize I don't remember a single thing about this drive. Sometimes your brain be like that. It's kind of like walking into a room and going, why the fuck am I here? And then you walk back to your original location and then you go, oh, right, yeah, I needed to grab a glass, or I needed to grab my keys, or I needed to grab blank. Double feature with I Saw the Devil for the worst date night ever. I think Martyrs can be a great movie to watch on a date night, but it takes two very specific types of people. Yeah, if you, I know some people like bringing their date to watch horror movies, right? Especially on like a first, second date. I know some people like doing that, and that's fine. Maybe watch something a little bit safer. I've never actually seen I Saw the Devil. I don't think, anyways. I know you had mentioned it before, and I think somebody else brought it up to me. I might be slow, but my bullets are not. Help me. It's fucking exceptional. It was one of those movies where I watched and immediately imported a DVD copy of it. It's a Korean film, right? Another Korean movie that I'm told I should watch pretty frequently, I think, is called Old Boy. I think that's a movie a lot of people tell me I should check out. The remake is hot garbage. None of the horror really comes through in it. Yeah, it very much plays it way too safe, I think. I can actually explain that one. It's the door frame subconsciously. Your brain is like new room, new activity, and removes the memories from before walking through that doorway. It's a weird psychological thing. Interesting. I mean, I figured there was some kind of like actual reason behind it, but I never knew what it was called. The more you know. See, this is why you ought to come to Cannoli streams, chat. You learn all sorts of neat little things that really will not improve your life, but you'll be able to tell your friends on game night. Speaking of game night, all of my cards shipped, chat. I got some upgrades for my Urza deck. I'm excited to try them out. I'm really trying to make my Urza deck improve quite a bit. I still think I have it built more like my old Shroom deck for nostalgia reason, but I need to change it up. It needs to be far more focused on going wide, rather than trying to be some sort of combo deck that really can't combo anymore because of the pieces I pulled out. It's a pretty efficient deck. It works really well. It doesn't have the speed. I'm gonna be changing that. I'm excited to get those cards in. This is my mouse cursor. Taking his note. Got a Magic Night coming up on the 15th. What if you don't have any friends? If you're part of the creamy community, chat, you have friends. Cause you got a friend in me. Oh, you got a friend in me. Maybe it's a friend of me. Oh shit, maybe that's what they've been saying all along. It's not friend in me, it's frenemy. You got a friend in me. This guy's trying to pay me off, dude. Does he know who I am? Golf with your friends. It's an alright game. I played it a couple times with Fizzle and Pone, I think. It's okay. Look at this guy, dude. Buffing himself at the start of the fight. What is he, a Dark Souls player? Okay, well, he did fuck me up. I'll pass. Thanks for the offer, though. Somebody get this guy out of here. I don't want to see him. Late, but I saw the devil was the lead old boy actor playing a horrible, horrible monster. All right, then. All right, chat. Next movie night, I saw the devil. Actually, I wanted to watch, I was in between Puppet Master or Creep 2 for the next Discord movie night. I haven't done one since the start of the new year, and I was thinking about doing one this past weekend, but I ended up doing other things. I've had the door open the whole stream. I was wondering when she would make herself known. What's up, Orshata? Can I help you out? I hope you're not doing anything fucked up, Orshata, because I am in the middle of a boss fight, and I can't really focus on you right now. Thank you for the yippee bits. She's very enthralled by Neo, though. Look at what happened. You want to say hi to chat? Cause you got a friend in me. Yes, you got a friend in me. Oh, I almost dropped her. Hold on. Step up on the mat so you got better footing. I think she's a little distracted because my girlfriend's here. She keeps looking towards her. What's up with the Tino? Wow. You tiny little thing. You are so smart. I think she'll go. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wanted to like, I was lifting her up, right? Back paws on this hand, front paws on this hand. I was lifting her up to like put her face closer to the camera. She was about to just jump. What does the rest of the shirt say? It says, did you say massive? That's at the bottom it says right. Did you say massive? Yeah, this shirt is kind of intriguing. It's a little interesting. It's a little funny because my girlfriend showed it to me. Every so often she'll like pick up shirts and whatnot. Hot Topic has a lot of deals on shirts and whatnot. Every so often she'll ask me if I want a couple of shirts. And she showed me this one. And I looked at it, and I was like, nah. And then I went back and was like, wait, But that's funny. That's a funny shirt. It makes fuck all sense. I don't even know if it's referencing anything, but it's a cat looking into the distance with the words, "Did you say massive?" And I gotta have it. It's actually really dope. And then after we got it, we looked at it a little bit more and we're like, hey, it actually kind of looks like horchata a little bit. Has a very similar coloration. The ultimate frenemy, horchata. Haven't been able to catch one yet, look forward to it. Yeah, we don't really have like a set time for them, so they kind of happen randomly. So it's really hard for some people to catch them, but maybe one of these random times will be at a time that you're free. I started letting my dogs out. Who let the dogs out? Turns out it was Xenon. I started letting my dogs in my room at night, and they've decided their favorite position is laying on top of the legs of my chair. If things get a little too intensive in Final Fantasy XIV and I shift an inch, they're losing some fur. That's actually something that I'm afraid of sometimes. Horchata, when I don't pay attention to her and she's not busy destroying my chair, what she does is she walks around the chair. She'll rub against my legs and then she'll walk around the chair. She rubs against my leg and walk around the chair. And sometimes she sits right next to the wheels. And every time I move, I have to consciously make sure that I look around and I make some noise before moving because I am terrified of like moving and rolling on her paw. I gotta do the same thing with my guys. Pets love being close to us. Unfortunately, they don't know about the rolling chairs. No buffs. Okay, you got moves. Okay. Get him out of here, dude. Hold this. Oh, I thought that was gonna interrupt them. Yeah, you throw a monkey at me and I'll throw a Beyblade at you. That's right, he has the 2 guardian spirits. I forgot about that. Ooh, I thought it was gonna keep going for a little bit longer. Oh! Speaking of which, Xenon, I think you should check out, a mod for Elden Ring. I don't know how much you're interested in. Oh, you don't have Elden Ring on PC though, never mind. I was gonna say, there's a mod for Elden Ring called Vix Mod, I think, and it basically turns Elden Ring into an anime. It pulls the camera out and increases the FOV so it's not so claustrophobic, changes up the menu a little bit, but like all the weapons have like these very quick and crazy movesets. The bosses are tweaked to match. But I think it would be something you'd enjoy. Although, yeah, I guess I forgot that you have it on PS5 and not PC. Something about chair wheels. That is a Beyblade, sir. A Beyblade that was once used by a cat girl. No! Anything but the grab, dude! Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. They're doing like a Nintendo Direct, right? That's talking about exclusives, I believe. Winston has also scared me. They're not usually up here until now, and when Winston wants to lay down, he swats or digs in the spot he chooses for a while, and then plops himself down. I forgot he was here until someone started clawing the shit out of my floor. It's the ghosts. My cat likes to chase shadows. If I'm lifting weights, sometimes he tries to catch the shadow of the weight. Not the kind of motivation I need to make the lift. My cats don't really bother me when I'm working out. The first time they were kind of intrigued because what I use is kind of like a, it's like a Bowflex. It uses like cables and resistance rods, right? And they were at first intrigued by like the thing moving up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. They don't really get close to it, but... Or sometimes I'll be like sitting, I'll be doing like one of the exercises that has me like go back more towards, you know, think of like a bench press sort of thing, right? I'll be sitting more towards where the weights would be. And sometimes Horchata or Zeus, they'll jump on top of the seat. And it's like, buddy, I gotta fucking move. Okay, you got a lot more reach than I thought you would have. I am fucking this up so bad. Oh, come on. He can't do like a normal attack. Every time he'll do something that just like is going to interrupt me. Don't they know that they're just supposed to let me win? Ooh. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. God, I love the walking animations in these games. Neo has so much fucking style. The monkey still got me. We did it too late. Hold this. Easy money. Thank you for the GGs. Man is dual wielding rivers of blood and using summons. What a fucking. Man, I don't remember the last time that Rivers of Blood had fire and electricity. So, oh no, it does have fire. Wait, it is a fire weapon. I forgot about that. Get this nerd out of here, dude. My cat also likes harassing me when I'm in the shower. He'll just... My cat does the same shit. Horchata, every time I go to shower, without missing a fucking beat, she will go in the hallway and start meowing. As if she's like trying to get help. Like, oh, help me! My human is underneath water, please! He was strong. It seems squishy. I was really expecting a face save. No. There's very, very, very few bosses in this game that actually have like phases 2s and 3s and stuff like that. Oftentimes, what a phase 2 really consists of in these games is Now they use different attacks, and that's pretty much it. But there are some bosses in the game that have like entire phase 2s. But it doesn't follow that traditional like Souls-like-esque formula. Oh, this is a cool mission. If this is what I'm thinking about, this is a cool mission. That's kind of refreshing. I'm not against multi-phase boss fights, but I feel like FromSoft uses that too often. Yeah, I mean, it's become kind of the norm, right? Like, now you're always expecting a second phase. It's kind of oh, fuck, I didn't mean to skip the cutscene. If it's a cutscene I was thinking about, it's actually a pretty cool cutscene. No, wait! Hold on, chat. I'm gonna lose my stuff, but I want you to watch that cutscene. Yeah, most of the enemies in this game, they're pretty much like, this is what the enemy is and this is what you're fighting. There's very few that are like, ooh, surprise. Now, I think Wolong does have like second phase stuff, if I don't remember wrong. Oh, no, I'm thinking of the wrong cutscene, actually. It's still a pretty neat cutscene. The cutscenes in this game are nice to watch. Fucking flung him out of there, dude. Whoa. Sorry for hitting you, Chad. I really want to try this jjajangmyeon now. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. Korean food in general is fucking amazing. I haven't tried an insane amount of Korean dishes, but I've tried a handful. And, dude, everything I've tried from Korean cuisine has been nothing but just, like, fucking amazing. They got some good fucking food. I love going to hot pot places. I love going to barbecue places. Jjajangmyeon, tteokbokki. You know, how they prepare some of the meats and such, right? Like bulgogi or the, Oh man, what's that other one that I posted in chat? The duck galbi? Yeah, the kimbap is really nice. Just a lot of the stuff they have is nice. You know what's something I've not had that presumably is something that's amazing from Korean cuisine? Is their fried chicken. I have yet to try some like proper Korean fried chicken. And honestly, I wouldn't mind it. I would like to try it. In general, I don't think I've ever really been disappointed with Southeast Asian cuisine. Like, sure, there's been some times that I've gotten some food and it wasn't great, but I think that's more because the restaurant didn't make it good than the dish itself not being great. But otherwise, I like Vietnamese, Korean, Taiwanese, Thai, Chinese, Japanese, Indian, like you name it. You'll find me hard pressed to not enjoy something from those cuisines. Especially like how different they are too, right? Like Vietnamese cuisines are like very fresh, use a lot of like herbs and whatnot. Japanese too, it's kind of like a mix. But Japanese too, they don't use like a ton of like well, not fresh is not what I'm looking for Japanese cuisine, but they don't have like a lot of spices, if that makes sense, right? You know, as a contrast to something like Korea and Indian cuisine, where they do use a good chunk of spices, right? In terms of, well, peppers and shit, I should say, not spices as in like, you know, like oregano, but like, you know what I mean, chat, right? Like my brain is trying to do more than one thing at a time and clearly can't do it. But yeah, like each one just like brings something to the table that's really nice. Can't go wrong with fried chicken. Even the super greasy places like KFC, I still love their fried chicken. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's, even bad fried chicken, I think, is still pretty nice for consumption. You know me, chat. I love me a Popeye's chicken sandwich. I will eat one very, very happily. I wish we had a better Japanese spot nearby. We have two decent Chinese spots. And several Thai places. God, we have actually a crazy amount of Thai places. And we have a couple of really decent Vietnamese places as well. That did a lot less than I thought. But I wish we had like a good Japanese place. Well, maybe we do. We do have a place that I went to only once. I treated my girlfriend out for like a nice dinner. And the food was good, but it was far too fucking expensive, so we never went back there again. Like, I don't mind spending a lot of money at a restaurant, but you're, like... Unless you're doing something crazy special, or you're giving me, like, a crazy service, I'm always gonna go for the cheaper option, dude. I'm not, like, a cheap person. But unless I'm getting something unique in terms of experience or food, I just don't really like spending a lot of money eating out. Wasting shit. There we go. This is what I was looking for, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Every time he does that double swing, yeah, I think he's gonna go for that. Because he does do it pretty frequently. Sometimes it tricks me. I try to read it ahead of time so I don't trade and I just get it. Oh, shit. I was about to follow up, dude. There used to be an Asian buffet near me that made amazing food. I have no idea what type of food it actually was, since the restaurant was literally called Asia Buffet. If it's anything like the Asian buffets around my area, they're probably just like a mix of things, right? You got your traditional like Americanized stuff like orange chicken. You got like, you know, your chow mein, your fried rice, you have sushi. You got like just, it tends to be usually like a mix of Chinese and Japanese. At least most of the Asian buffets in my area tend to be. Kel, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good morning. But they had pizza. Yeah, they do that same shit here. A lot of those buffets, they'll have like pizza, they'll have ice cream, they'll have French fries, and other random stuff for like usually kids or, you know, people that don't really like, I guess, what they have, which begs the question as to why you'd go to an Asian buffet, but I'm good. Thank you, Ari. I'm doing well. Doing well. Can't complain today. I mean, I'm sure I could find something to complain about, but can't really complain. I'm doing well. And it was very different in terms of flavor, but it was so damn good. Sadly, it didn't survive the pandemic. I missed that place. Yeah, one of our favorite spots to go to for my girlfriend and I was a ramen place up in the Bay Area. And unfortunately, it was the same thing. Pandemic hit. They tried to do their best to stick around, but unfortunately, they didn't survive it. And another ramen spot took the same place, but it's good, but it's not as good. I wonder how many places actually shut down their pandemic. It's kind of a shame. I'd rather just cook something at home for the most part. Eating out is reserved for 2 occasions, 3 if you include my late night smash burger outings at the park. But otherwise, just for convenience or for fried things, because frying things at home just ain't the same. It can also be very fucking dangerous, especially if you're deep frying and you just fuck something up. Like, you could burn your house down. Not that you should be afraid to fry things, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind going out to eat just because, you know, sometimes you just feel like you want to eat a specific thing and, you know, you maybe just don't know how to cook something. I mean, yeah, you can always look up a recipe, but maybe you don't have the ingredients readily available. It's more of a, like, you gotta plan ahead sort of thing. But I think we go out to eat most of the time for mostly those reasons, like just convenience. There are some places that are nice, though. That'll do, like, you know, specific stuff. Kind of like unique dishes. And it's nice to have, but yeah, I mean... That was an expensive fucking sushi outing, I tell you. I mean, admittedly, I think the most I've ever spent for 2 people... And this isn't, like, anything crazy, you know? I mean, maybe for some people it is, but, like, if you compare it to, like... some other places, it's probably just like a drop in a bucket, you know what I mean? But I think the most I spent out with just 2 people, myself and the girlfriend, was, I think, something like around $240, $250. I really don't like spending a lot of money when we go out to eat. That was like a special occasion. It was when we visited New York, and I think it was our last night there, and we were having such a good time, we wanted to do something special, right? But yeah, otherwise, no. I'd rather hit up Jack in the Box, man. give me some egg rolls, give me a shake, you know? I'm good with that. Get down from there. All right. Respectfully, I didn't like that. I don't like the way the camera's panning whenever it's walking sideways. We saw the new Silent Hill movie last night. It was interesting. Oh, I bet it was. I bet it was. I think if people haven't played the game, they won't understand what's going on. I feel like if people have played the game, they probably won't understand what's going on. I haven't watched it myself. I do plan on watching it at some point. I think I wanted to do like a movie night on Discord for it. I don't have high expectations from what I saw from the trailers. I will say that convenience part is really prominent some months. I'll spend a lot on food, driving between school and work. I love going out to eat, oh my god. I go out for ramen with my friend monthly. Yeah, I don't mind going out to places like that. Like when it comes to like getting stuff that I don't normally have in the house or that I normally can't make in the house, right? Like if I want to get pad thai, probably just gonna go out to a pie place, right? And same thing with ramen and whatnot. I mean, sometimes we make ramen at home, but it's kind of a bit of a lot of work. But yeah, I enjoy going out to eat, especially if it's like a cool place and there's like other stuff nearby that you can like, you know, walk about, do a little bit of neat shopping after you get a good meal in. Especially if you're like driving a good distance away. It's kind of nice that the restaurant has some interesting areas to check out. Never spent that much on one meal. I'm sure the food was good, but holy crap. The food was great. It was a Korean barbecue place. So you normally get like a lot of side dishes when you go to like proper Korean places. Like they bring a ton of side dishes usually for free. This one had like a really good bit of variety. Yeah, and there were a lot of them. And the meat was really fucking good. It was really, really fucking good. And just that aside, like the service was fantastic. They were constantly there, like, you know, cooking and cutting the meat. Usually at like a barbecue or a hot pot place, like you're the one in charge of that. But I mean, maybe that was part of like the bundle that we picked. I think it was actually called the Lovers Bundle or some shit like that. And, you know, it included alcohol, which is probably part of the bigger price or the bigger side of the cost there. It included alcohol and included a dessert. You know, they were there the entire time around the table, you know, prepping everything and doing all that. So it was a mix of like the alcohol, the quality of the meat, as well as just the service itself. But it was good. Would I ever do it again? Yeah, probably not. But as a one-of in a special moment, I think it was worth it. I was even dressed fancy, Check. Can you imagine that from me? Can you imagine that? I had these like boots on. I had some nice jeans. I had a proper shirt. I had like a long leather jacket with like a scarf and everything. Holy shit, Seth. I was trying to dress the part, dude. I prefer going out to eat. Ever since my dad passed, it feels kind of weird to have a sit-down meal at home. That's fair. I assume it probably feels like there's There's one empty chair too many. Chef took me to a fancy restaurant in Amsterdam the first weekend we met. One of those ones with 10 courses. That was about the same price. The food was amazing, but for a special occasion, it was nice. You know, I say I don't want to spend a lot on food, but I kind of want to go to one of those places where, like, oh, I forget what the name is. There's a specific name, but usually it's like Japanese cuisine, and you sit down and, like, the chef is right there prepping the food, and they usually serve only like 5-8 people, right? Like very small group of people that they serve at each sitting. I would like to go to one of those. They usually have like different courses of like sushi as well as other stuff. Desserts, man. Everyone always talking about how expensive drinks are. No one ever talks about the $18 slice of cake. I almost never get desserts going out for that same reason, dude. I'd rather spend like $7 more on a pint of beer than spending 18 bucks on like the nastiest fucking slice of cake I'll ever have. Now I want to see you in a full suit. I bet you clean up real nice. I have dressed up in like full suits before for like, you know, job interviews and stuff like that. I don't like wearing suits, like at all. People tell me I look good in a suit. I really don't like suits. Even at job interviews, I stopped wearing suits. I started wearing just like jeans and a flannel shirt. Suits for me, they feel so stuffy. And I know that maybe it's because I don't have like a tailored suit or something like that, but yeah, I'm not a fan of suits. You'll be seeing me at my wedding in like shorts and a band tee, dude. I'll be wearing the same shirt right here. The egg flip. Well, no, not those, not those. Unless that was a perhaps response to kill, but no, not those. Hold on, let me see. A little bit fancier than the egg flipping guys. It was so nice. The food was truly amazing, but expensive to go a lot. And that was very underdressed, as I didn't know how fancy it was. Let me see. Oh, that's not it. Oh, the egg flipping guys. That's okay. That's what you meant. I thought it was. I thought you were trying to nail down which place I was talking about. Yeah, I don't. I don't know that I've ever been to one of those either. Ninja, welcome in. It feels weird saying ninja because of the other guy named Ninja. Vibes, welcome in. That's better. Vibes, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a quick little shout out if it works here. Beautiful. Welcome in. I hope you had a great stream, and welcome in Raiders. Golden Hydra Apple. welcome in. Hope everybody had a fantastic... What day is it today? Wednesday? Going on Thursday? Probably Thursday for most people. Hope everybody had a good Thursday. Welcome in. Hope you had a fantastic stream. If you don't know me, I'm Cannolisenpai. I play Souls, Horror, and Magic the Gathering. And right now we are trying to close up our playthrough of Neo 2 in preparation for Neo 3 releasing this weekend. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Ah! Yeah, unfortunately, for only 30 minutes on the West Coast. You're the new ninja, let's go. Probably better than that other one. But welcome in. If you do need to raid and run, completely understand. We're just talking about food. Just talking about food. And eating out and how expensive it is. But how dope it can be at the same time. No, I would like to not pin that message. No. Fuck it, it's now pinned. I was just clicking back onto OBS, and apparently I happened to click right where the pin button was. All right, that's now that's there. Amazing, man. I am all over the place today. Jesus Christ. Except I don't have a wife that brings me... Wait a minute! Ninja has that? What? Bet the other ninja can't even spin jutsu, SMH. For once I get to be the future man, I can say not much has changed. A lot of people are future man right now. Only us on the West Coast are on Wednesday for another 24 minutes. I'm pretty sure everybody else in the world is already on a Thursday. Pretty much, yeah. It's been almost 2 years and I still catch myself going to ask him a question now and then. Don't think I'll ever get used to it, but you see someone almost every day for 30 years and start to break those habits. Yeah, I can imagine, so yeah. It's hard to carry on and completely act as if they were never there. I'd spend 18 on the cake, but that's because I hate beer. That's fine. That's understandable. I like suits minus the blazer. Dress shirts with slacks are sexy though. Dress shoes are alright, but if they have heels, that shit is torture. I don't know that I've ever worn ones with a heel. I think I would appreciate dress shirts more if they were like the stretchy kind, right? I think we've seen those all over social media nowadays. I think those might be comfortable. Otherwise, I feel like if I move at all, the shirt just like does things I don't want it to do. Like it gets pulled up and all that. Warp, welcome in. Topless, I see I got here just in time. Are you topless? Speaking of topless, y'all see Iron Lung yet? I have not. I don't know if I'm going to be seeing it. I need to ask the girlfriend if she has any interest. Ads do not start. I swear, you've already popped up in the middle of a raid yesterday. You will not do it again today. I need to ask the girlfriend if she's interested in seeing Iron Lung, but I've not watched it yet. No. I've heard some good things about it, though. Eating out can suck. Not a lot of good places to eat here. We have a few decent spots, at least, that cater to the type of cuisine I enjoy. So I'm pretty happy about it, but yeah, cost alone kind of deters you. Shit, even going to something like Jack in the Box or McDonald's or whatever, right? Like nowadays, it's like almost $20 a meal. Between the cost and lack of some things, it's just kind of makes eating out kind of a bummer. It starts to consume you. The shirt or being topless? I wish. Possible team calls makes that unlikely. Just turn your camera off. Tell them it's not working. I very much enjoy wearing a suit, but don't have many opportunities to wear one. That was the one nice thing about my Halloween costume taking so long to show up. My backup costume involved a suit. Well, get yourself a webcam, put yourself on stream, rebrand yourself as a fancy pirate, and there you go, dude. You have an excuse to wear a suit every day. Where are all these skeletons coming from, man? Skeletons are so nasty, dude. We all have chains, and they're pretty bad. I feel like I have to go to the other side of the state for some good food. I'm pretty lucky that we were actually just talking about Southeast Asian cuisines. I'm pretty lucky that I have a good variety of like Thai, Vietnamese, and Chinese spots near me. I wish we had more Japanese places. I'm lucky about that. We have a few mom and pop places that are also like traditional, like American stuff and whatnot. We have a bunch of Mexican spots. If you want anything outside of those, you gotta travel outside. Especially when it comes to like, I wish I could trade in all of those places for a good curry or a good ramen spot. I would be there every day. Never grew up with ramen or curry, but they're basically comfort meals for me at this point. I wish we had good pizza places that were cheap. That's one thing we lack here. A lot of what we have pizza-wise is pretty much chains. I have a webcam, pretty nice one actually. I still don't want to stream with it. You're missing an opportunity to wear I was about to say a shirt. You're missing an opportunity to wear a suit every day, dude. Skeletinia? What? I'm getting fucking comboed in the air, dude. It took me a minute to realize that meant restaurant chains. I heard we all have chains. And I'm like, what kind of Jacob Marley conversation? When I read chains, I know that we're talking about food, but I kind of went the same route. When I read we have all chains, I was thinking of like chains, like metal chains. That's why when I started reading the paragraph, I was kind of like slow about it because I was like, where's this going? Right, kind of forgot we were talking about food there. Yeah, curry's good. I've tried a few different types of curry, like Thai curry, Indian curry, Japanese curry, and I've had a few kinds of Indian and Thai curry. Japanese curry for me is just better. I think it's just because it's a little bit more simple and it has more of a, I guess, hearty flavor. Some Japanese curry, some rice, and whatever choice of meat you want to put in there, and I am set. I hate skeletons. I hate these fucking skeletons. Yeah, 55. 55 stream streak, actually. Sadly, I must head off to Betty Boo. It's EP time for me. Have a great stream. Thank you again for the raid. I very much appreciate it. You have yourself a good remainder of your evening. We use golden curry as well when we make curry at home. Potatoes. Trying to think what we put in there. Onion, potatoes, carrots. I don't remember if we put anything else, and then just chicken, I think we use normally. I eat way too many servings of it whenever we make it. Same here. Nice. It really is. It really is. Yeah, not a crock pot. It's like just a big old pot. Yeah, my girlfriend makes a crazy amount because I just eat way too much of it. I doubt even feet enjoyers would want to see my feet. Besides, I hate being barefoot. I'm always wearing at least socks, but normally always wearing shoes as well. I wear socks when it's cold. I like being barefooted. I don't know why. It feels weird to wear shoes and socks inside of the house for me. Hell, even when I go outside, sometimes I'm barefooted. When I used to live in my dad's house, back out in the country, and pretty much the outside area was just like either grass or dirt or whatever. I'd even used to walk outside barefooted there. The amount of times I got the, oh, what are they called? Goat horns or whatever? The amount of times I got one of them stuck on me. A lot more than I can count. Either ways, night. Have a good one. Thank you again for stopping by. Appreciate it. I need to make sure the skeletons are not just gonna try to jump me out of nowhere. It's cold, so I'm wearing slippers because that's just how old man I roll. Sometimes it's, you know. I have, oh man, I forget what they're called. I guess you could call them slippers, really. They're just like those slip-on, not shoes, but you get what I mean. They're like just those loafers, that's it. I got a pair of loafers I wear very rarely. I don't like how warm they make my feet, though. I'm getting out of here, dude. We are rushing to the boss area is what we're doing. Scampus, I need your help, buddy. Your feet are the one thing that gets cold? Can't stand it. The only times I have socks on are... The only times I don't have socks on are swimming, bathing, and changing into new socks. You don't like swimming with your socks on? You don't want wet socks on you? Unfortunately, chat, there's something even worse than wet socks that's approaching us. And that is Twitch ads. We got an ad break coming up here in a few seconds. So chat, if you need to take a break yourself, please do so. Make sure you take care of yourself, right? If you need a drink or if you just need to stand up because you've been sitting down for a little too long, make sure you do that. We're gonna chill here until we're back from, so you're not gonna miss anything. This will be the last ad break of the stream since we are nearing the end of the stream anyway. We only have about 12 minutes or so, should be enough to finish off the mission. No carpets here, so the floor gets cold. We have carpet in the bedroom areas, the living room area, and the kitchen area. The kitchen is vinyl, and the living room is wood. My dad's place was all tile. We didn't have carpet anywhere. It was all tile in the bedrooms and living room area and kitchen. Wet socks make me angry. Wet socks is a curse I wouldn't wish on anyone. I don't care how awful they are. No one deserves wet socks. Instantly trigger. To Atlantic go and search for answers. Answers I never seem to find. Chad. Yeah, we have all tiles here. I love it for cleaning, but I do miss the softness of carpets. I don't know which one I like more, because I kind of like carpets, but carpets are such a pain in the ass to keep clean and to clean. I think I would prefer tiles, just because it's easier to keep clean. I mean, I guess you sort of gotta get down and dirty and scrub a bit if you want the grout between the tiles to, like, stay whatever color it was instead of turning black or brown, right? But I think I prefer tiles overall, especially with pets. Yeah. I guess that makes sense just to know what it's like in case you ever fall into a body of water. Childhood swim classes had a swimming clothes. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I was like, what are we replying to? I'm not a great swimmer. I don't enjoy swimming. I've never really, like, properly learned to swim. Like, if I fall in a body of water, I can move myself from one end to the other, right? Like, if you just, like, plop me in a pool, I can go from one end to the next, right? I can float around and, like, be okay. Would I call myself a proficient swimmer? No, not at all. I've never really enjoyed being in the water, which is funny because I love the ocean, right? The deep ocean specifically, but that's because I always talk out like, you know, the ocean mirrors the cosmos and horror and all that, right? I also think that just like a lot of oceanic life is super interesting. But I really don't like going swimming. Like, I don't like going to the beach. I don't like going into pools. Really not my thing. I can't do breaststrokes. The knees will be in agony. I don't even ever know if I, like, actually tried. I know in Italy, back in elementary classes and whatnot, we used to have, like, part of our gym routine when we had gym class was sometimes going to pools and whatnot. So, like, that's kind of, like, where I learned to, like, I guess, survive in water, but... regular stroking of breasts, though. Different strokes, different folks. Is that what they meant by that? Also, chat, welcome back from the ads. Thank you for sitting through them. You know where you can enjoy the wonders of the ocean? In the amazing game, Sea of Thieves. You are a pirate. I've never heard of this game, Sea of Thieves. You always bring it up, but I don't think I've ever seen it. I think it might just be part of your imagination. Are you sure you're not just imagining all of this? Nightingale, it's time to wake up. You need to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Shortcuts unlocked. I'm also not a fan of the beach. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I completely agree. VR makes me instantly sick. That's a shame. Is there a VR mod for Sea of Thieves? I think that's a game that could probably be kind of fun to play in VR. I'm dead here, I think. Ooh, no, we barely survived. I tire of your act. It's kind of fucked up that I'm like killing him with his brother's ability. Or I don't know if they're brothers. I don't know how demons work, but they look similar. Except one is blue, the other one is red. I can't even watch VR games without getting sick. Interesting. Is it just because of like the way people usually move around in VR, or is the idea of or not the idea, but the act of watching somebody in VR making you feel like you are in VR yourself, sort of thing. VR Batman is hilarious. I played the VR Arkham that they had on the PS4. It wasn't really like a full game. It was like really short. I am dead here. Surprise, I'm not. Jesus! Spoke too soon. I would love to play Sea of Thieves in VR, but would for sure throw up. The watch is terrible because of the FOV and head movements. Right, yeah, field of view will fuck you up. That's one of the things that I think makes people the most sick, right? Is frame rate and field of view as well, when you're actually using a VR. I think that's one of the things anyways that they usually advertise the most, right? Higher field of view and higher frame rate. I think the higher frame rate helps with the screen door effect as well, right? Which is one of the things that gets people a little queasy. I've just been playing mini golf with Alex, just sitting in my library. Oh my god, it's Ikeda Motosuke. I tried to play Skyrim in VR, but it made me feel sick. Have you guys seen that lady that has like a full-on haptic feedback suit, fans, and all sorts of stuff hooked up to have like as immersive of an experience as possible in Skyrim VR? I watched a few of her shorts. It's kind of interesting. Mostly just better lenses and resolution. Okay. I played VR for a while and got insanely sick after, and now it's kind of like when you get really sick after eating a specific food, and then even the smell makes you sick. So just seeing the movement takes me back to that. It really sucks. I was super excited for VR, especially since now they sell omnidirectional treadmills specifically for VR. Yeah, that kind of sucks, especially if it's something that you were really into. Or really hoping to get into, I suppose. Oh my god, they've opened up the way. Okay, that's fucked up. This was bad. Why did I lock myself in? Get me out! Three Spirit Stones and a Kadon. FPS is for movement and input lag. Beyblade, get this guy! And my nose has been really itchy these last few days. Like, you constantly see me do this, and I don't know if it's like a cat hair or one of my mustache hair or something. It keeps tickling my damn nose. I've always had issues with motion sickness. So you probably can't really do, like, roller coasters and stuff like that either. I hate that I get motion sickness when I do roller coasters because I fucking love theme park rides. Oh man, I love roller coasters, but I usually have to like make sure I don't go on too many roller coasters like too fast. I gotta make sure I take a break in between, or I have to take one of those. I forget what it's called, but it's like those little red pills for motion sickness. I spent a lot of time in the Darth Vader game doing lightsaber training versus drones. Since I don't have to walk around, I was able to do that for hours. But when I tried to play the Walking Dead game and it just killed it for me, even with anti-nausea meds, that sucks. It doesn't help that everyone who makes custom songs is pretty hardcore, so all the different starts, all the difficulty starts at expert. Oh, I'm assuming you guys are talking about like Beat Saber. Beat Saber does look like a fun game to play. I can't do roller coasters due to a different medical condition called being a little bitch. Well, you know what? I think that is a fairly valid reason. You know, when you're going at incredible speeds, plummeting down towards the ground, I think it's perfectly okay if your brain goes, you know, I don't want to do that. I think it's pretty valid. I think it's pretty valid. Dude, we're fighting a building. Can you do this in Dark Souls? Didn't think so. Oh, you can't shoot through your own hand. Come on, man. At this point, the only way I will be able to do VR is if we get 100% immersive experience like Ready Player One. Schiff has a video where he screams like a banshee on a roller coaster out of fear or excitement. This is gonna be two very different screams. Pure fear. You know, for some reason, I don't picture... I really don't picture, That was too late. Oh, we still got it. I don't picture Schiff as being somebody that would be afraid of roller coasters. I forgot that there's stuff that comes out of the hands. Just have your balancing organ removed? I mean, hey, if there was like a surgery that could be done to not get motion sickness, and it was just like a completely innocent operation that wouldn't have like any adverse effects at all, I would fucking do it. Oh, unfortunate. Did it way too late. shouldn't be surprised that it does a ton of damage because it's massive rocks falling on my head, but I'm surprised that it does a lot of damage. Video game? Video game? Video game? Oh, thankfully only one of those hit me. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead right now. Oh, thought it was going to be a little bit more on top of me. I sent the video to you. I will check it out. This guy knows he's being awfully rude, right? Yo, there we go. Homie had the strongest thumb in existence. Jesus. Oh, get me out of here, dude. I think we just gotta break that, actually. All right, my bad. Oh, wrong one. That works. That works anyways, I suppose. This feels like if High Lord Wolnir was a more interesting fight. I really wish High Lord Wolnir was a better fight. I really do. I think he's so sick. I like what they did with Convergence mod with him. But yeah, base game, Sag. Set up a bot so every time Shift comes into stream, that video plays, that'd be fucked up. This fucking asshole is here again. Oh, that I did not know. I didn't actually know you could kill him without the breaking the bracelets. Damn, dude, he killed us. Chad, are you ready to meet your mother? And are you ready to subsequently fall in love with your own mother? I'm gonna say no. What? Gotta be a little adventurous, Warp.
申したでしょう。この身滅びようと最後までと。
よく来たの。半兵衛と二人でずーっと待っておった。
Otherwise, it kind of just disintegrates like most bosses.
書に神職を
Never been known as adventurers. You know what? That's fair.
死より授かりしは未来を見通す力。されどイエシは己が死の定め。死に抗い、いおりで待ち続けたわ。かの者を倒す未来を秀吉に託すため。その青き瞳に宿るは定められし未来さえ。
Okay, that one was pretty good. I gotta give it to you. That one was pretty good.
待っていたのは我々だけではありません。
There she is, dude.
Ah, また会える日が来るとはすっかり大きくなりましたね。市場はこれまで。今は喜んでばかりはいられません。あなたが倒れた後、藤吉郎は国中の霊石を奪い、その力をもって日の本を手中に収めてしまいました。あの者を止めるための手がかりは今日の平等院に。向かってくれますか？
I am very sure.
あの者を止めることこそあなたの定め。どうか気をつけて。重き定めを許してください。
Okay, and I have a raid target picked out for us as well, chat. So stick around when we are going to end the stream here shortly. Here we go. Now things are getting interesting in Neo 2 as we approach the end. We should be able to roll credits tomorrow. If not, we'll do a little bit of Neo 2 on Friday to make sure we wrap it up. But we're going to stop here for today. Chat, as always, thank you all for stopping by. On the YouTube side of things, I will end the stream now, but we are going to be here. I got to change it up how I do it. How about I do this, huh? How about I do this? Chat, thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. I will be here at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, same time tomorrow with more Neo 2. Now, YouTube, you guys stay creamy, stay safe, and have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm going to call your stream here, but I will be here tomorrow. See ya. Now, Twitch!